The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Mr. Singleton.
Good morning,
I understand there are
Commissioners.
appearances to be noted.
Yes, I'll defer to those who wish to announce appearances.
May it please the Commission, my name is Rennick, initials JG. I am here with Mr Duggan, initial S, on behalf of the Honourable Andrew G, who is present.
Thank you, Mr. Reddick, and welcome, Mr. G.
Commissioners, today Mr Gray and I will be leading the evidence. Before we come to Mr G, who is the only witness scheduled for today, I'll tender some papers into evidence. Could I ask that the tender bundle of responses given by Commonwealth agencies to various notices be displayed, which now is on screen. And I'll just ask the operator to go to the second page, if there is one, to complete the display. Commissioners, as you know, a lot of the work of the Royal Commission is occurring behind the scenes and in writing, in particular to get detailed evidence. We now take the step of tendering a lot of that written evidence. I tender the 15 documents on this list. Now, I indicate that 3 documents are still being reviewed by the Commonwealth for any confidentiality claims. They are the responses to the notices ending DVA-028, -020 and -006. I tender those documents subject to any claims that are made and upheld or agreed, and we will attend to that administratively as soon as possible.
Thank you, Mr. Singleton. So they'll be accepted and allocated the next consecutive numbers.
Thank you, Commissioners, and I'll now hand over to Mr Gray.
Commissioners, I call the Honourable Andrew G, who's already sitting in the witness box. Mr G is answering a summons, and he's also prepared material in response to a notice to give a statement, NTG AGE 001. Could I ask that Mr G be affirmed or sworn?
Thank you.
The Honourable Andrew G MP, do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Mr. G, I understand you may want to take your coat off. You're welcome to. We'd like you to be comfortable.
No, thank you very much. From a cooler climate, so feel the heat up here.
You might find, Mr G, in this hearing room it can become cold, so you're also welcome to put it back on.
Thank you, I'll take that on advisement.
Commissioners, I might ask that Mr G's statement be displayed for him, and I'll just address you briefly on some aspects of it. It's EXP 0005 0018 0113. And Commissioners, while it's coming up, I'll just mention a few things about it. Mr G is separately represented. That means he's not represented by the Australian Government Solicitor or Mr Stephen Free, who's here today representing Commonwealth interests. As you've heard, his interests are being represented by Dr Rennick, and he's separately instructed. And the statement was prepared and then provided to the Commonwealth, for the Commonwealth to consider whether there were any cabinet confidential matters in it. And there's been a process by which redactions have been agreed, principally between counsel assisting and the Commonwealth. The outcome is a document that has some redactions in it on those grounds. We considered those claims that were made and we thought them, to the extent that we thought them appropriate, we made concessions and redactions resulted. And there were also one or two references to just immaterial but commercially sensitive matters such as competitors in tenders, and they've been omitted from the exhibit as well. Now, on that basis, I seek to tender that document in a minute, but can I just bring up a tender list which includes it as well as a number of other documents, and I'll explain the structure of that tender list very briefly. If the operator could please display the tender list, thank you. It's entitled The Honourable Andrew G. MP Tender Bundle, Day 33, and today's date. Commissioners, Mr. G's statement that I was just referring to is in answer to the NTG I identified at the outset, but it doesn't reproduce the questions in the NTG. And so we've taken the precaution of tendering the NTG itself, and we may go to it once or twice through the course of today's evidence. That's item 1 in the tender list. Item 2 is the statement. Now, item 3 I need to explain, and I'll ask the operator to bring up item 3, which is an annotated index of references in the statement of the Honourable Andrew G, EXP 0005 0018 0219 redact. Now, this document, Commissioners, is an index to a bundle of documents that Mr. G provided to the Royal Commission at the same time that he provided his statement. And that bundle appears in the tender bundle as the very next item, item 4, as in the tender list, but it is not going to be made available to the public in that form. I just want to explain that in the interests of transparency and avoiding any confusion. Mr. G has helpfully provided to the Royal Commission all the documents referred to in his statement, and when he refers to each such document, he gives it a tab number, those tabs being tabs within this bundle of documents AG1. However, there are a number of sensitive and immaterial contents within those documents, and furthermore, many of those documents have already been tendered in this Royal Commission. So what we've done is, for the record, we've received into, well, we suggest that you receive into evidence the bundle AG1, and that you make a non-publication direction in relation to the entirety of it in that form. That means you'll have it available to you should you need to have reference to it to resolve any ambiguities in understanding Mr. G's statement down the track, but we won't be making it available on the website in that form. Rather, we've itemised the documents that form that bundle in the items of the tender list that follow from items 5 onwards. And as I said, many of those have been tendered already. They appear in a separate list towards the end of this document, that is, the end of the document entitled The Honourable Andrew G MP Tender Bundle that I had up on the screen before. So, Commissioners, with that explanation, and subject to various redactions reflecting those PII matters that have been agreed with the Commonwealth, I tender all the documents in the list I had up a minute ago. Perhaps, operator, if you could please reinstate that. That is the tender list entitled The Honourable Andrew G MP Tender Bundle, Day 33, Tuesday 21 June 2022. And of course, the Commonwealth's represented here and they can be heard on that application to tender all those documents. Thank you.
Mr. Freer, any issues?
No, Commissioner. With the basis that my friend has described, we're content with that.
Okay.
For
Thank you.
completeness, no objections.
Thank you, Mr. Reddick. Well, they're accepted then, and they'll be allocated the next consecutive number in the order in which they appear. Thank you.
Thank you,
On
Commissioner.
that basis, yeah.
Thank you. Mr. G, I'll ask the operator to bring up just the front page in electronic form of your statement again, EXP 0005 0018 0113, and it bears the date 11 June, and that's, I think, the date at which a very substantial advanced version of this document was provided, but it did go through some iterations. I understand this to be the final version that was provided to the Royal Commission. Do you wish to identify its contents further before adopting it as true and correct? Do you want me to ask the operator to cursor through it?
No, I think that's okay. I think this is the final one.
So with reference to the contents of this document, and I believe you have a hard copy available to you in the witness box, is that
I
right?
do, yes.
To the best of your knowledge and belief, are the contents of your statement true and correct?
Yes.
Commissioners, I've already, perhaps prematurely, tendered that statement, but it's now verified. Thank you. Mr. G, you are the Member of Parliament for the House of Representatives seat of Calare.
That's correct.
You've previously held ministerial positions.
Yep.
And until the 23rd of May, you were the Minister for Veterans Affairs and you were also the Minister for Defence Personnel. And you'd held that position for about 10 months or so, hadn't you?
That's correct.
And in today's session, I'm going to be asking you questions by reference to your detailed statement, which very substantially in narrative form recounts many of the things you did, in particular in discharge of your responsibilities as Minister for Veterans Affairs. And I'll be giving you an opportunity to explain to the Commissioners what the significance of some of the steps you referred to was, and also to identify any shortcomings in administration of any of your portfolio agencies, in particular DVA, Department of Veterans Affairs. And I'll also be asking you to amplify on and explain to the Commissioners your thoughts for how things might be done better in the interests of the veterans of Australia and their families.
I understand.
Thank you. Now, before you became Minister, you did have some experience with veterans issues, Mr. G, I understand. Could you outline those to the Commissioners, please?
Well, I'd served as the member for the state seat of Orange in the New South Wales Parliament, and in that role I had quite extensive interaction with ex-service organisations and also veterans in my local communities. And then as the federal member for Calare from 2016, again, I had an expanded interaction because it was a much larger geographical area that I had to cover. So I came into contact and had quite a lot to do with veterans and their families on a range of different issues.
And did you have any specialised knowledge about the workings of DVA before taking on the portfolio of Minister for Veterans Affairs, I should say?
Only to the extent that I knew I knew generally about the claims process, but not in detail, and I knew that there were folks in my area working on it to help veterans, and from time to time issues with respect to Veterans Affairs would be raised by individual constituents or veterans and their families. So it gave me an understanding of the issues, not all of the issues, but quite a number of the issues that veterans and their families were facing.
And before taking the role as Minister for Defence Personnel and Minister for Veterans Affairs, what were your other ministerial positions that you'd held?
I had previously been the Minister for Decentralisation and Regional Education, and I'd previously served as the Assistant Minister to the Deputy Prime Minister.
And I understand you were sworn in as Minister for Defence Personnel and Minister for Veterans Affairs on the 2nd of July 2021, is that right?
That's correct.
And at that time, did you know that there was a Royal Commission into defence and veterans suicide that was about to commence?
I knew of that issue because it was quite it was an issue of discussion amongst MPs, including in our party room. And then once I became the minister, obviously the Royal Commission was just commencing. So yeah, it was a very significant issue. But amongst MPs, it had also been a significant issue before the Royal Commission actually formally commenced.
Can you describe the handover process or initial briefing process at the time of your taking up the appointment as Minister for Veterans Affairs?
When you first become a minister, you in a portfolio, you get a series of briefings on different aspects of the portfolio, and so there'll be a flurry of briefings, and they come thick and fast, and you'll get some general briefings, and then you'll get some more specific briefings as well. It's designed to give you an overview of your different portfolio responsibilities and what the issues are with respect to those. But there's a lot of briefings and there's a lot of paper.
I'll ask the operator to bring up page 3 of your statement, paragraph 9, where you give an overview of your responsibilities with regard to administration of various pieces of legislation relevant to Veterans Affairs.
Yep.
And you mentioned there a tri-act model.
Yep.
And you mentioned 3 acts, and in this Royal Commission we've become familiar with referring to those acts as MERCA, DERCA and the Veterans Entitlements Act, or the VEA. Was this something that you received, was this portfolio responsibility, namely the administration of this tri-act model, a matter that you were briefed on soon after taking up your role as Minister?
Yes, it was.
And were you also briefed on any problems with claims processing by DVA of claims made under that tri-act model?
That certainly came up. I'm not sure. We had a separate briefing on, we were briefed generally on, I was briefed generally on claims processing, and then we went into a deeper briefing on claims processing, and those issues, and they certainly came up with respect to those.
All right, we'll come to those in a little more detail in a minute.
Yep.
Just before leaving the legislation, later in your statement you speak extensively about the Australian Veterans Recognition Act.
Yes.
Was that also a portfolio responsibility of yours?
I don't know if it was a formal portfolio responsibility. I mean, I was aware of it, but I don't recall specifically a briefing on that, or a direction that was under my direct control.
All right. I'm going to just ask you about the briefings that you received on taking up your position in July 2021 in a little more detail.
Yep.
And you refer to key issues briefings.
Yep.
And I'm just going to ask you about those in fairly general terms. You do provide some detail about a key issues briefing on claims processing, and that's at paragraph 32 of your statement. That's on page 8.
Yep.
What other key issues briefings did you receive? Do you recall, Mr. G?
Yeah, they were called deep dives. Claims processing was an important one. There was also one on, I believe, harmonisation of legislation. Although I'm not able to, I don't have any documents relating to that, but that was one of them. Separately, we would have had one on the JTA, the Joint Transition Authority, and there may have been a couple of others as well. I have to go back and check to get an exhaustive list, but it was the main headline issues with respect to the portfolio. So you got an overview, and then you went into what was called a deep dive.
Okay, thank you. And who gave you these briefings?
It was from the department. So the department would prepare them and get the relevant people in to give more information. And so I imagine with the new minister now, that's what he's been going through over the last couple of weeks.
And when you refer to the department, you're referring to the Department of Veterans Affairs?
Yeah, DVA, but also Defence for Defence-related matters as well.
And did Defence provide you with some of these key issues briefings?
Yeah, where they related to Defence, I believe they did, yes.
And as Minister for Defence Personnel, you had an interest in certain aspects of what Defence was doing, but not everything that Defence was doing. Is that a fair summary?
Yeah, well, Defence personnel, it's not a portfolio that gets involved in operational matters, so or procurement of hardware and weapon systems. But yeah, you want to get an overview of what's happening in the portfolio and get some visibility on different aspects of it. So, for example, the War Memorial was that comes under Department of Veterans Affairs, or DVA as it's known. I went. I think I went across to the War Memorial and had a chat to them. So that's, you just kind of want to get an idea of different aspects of the portfolio, and so then as issues come up, you can deal with them, and you have a broad perspective of what your responsibilities are.
Yes. Can I ask you about the agencies for which you had portfolio responsibility? Yep. Obviously, they include DVA.
Yep.
You also mentioned the Repatriation Commission.
Yep.
And the Military Rehabilitation and Compensation Commission. Yep. You mentioned those at paragraph 11.
Yep.
Are there any other agencies for which you were responsible?
The War Memorial, for example, is one. Defence Housing is another one, and there's probably, I mean, I could get an exhaustive list, but there are, other different bits and pieces like canteens, for example, on defence bases, and appointments in relation to that. So there's a variety of different agencies that the portfolio oversees.
Yep. And how are the commissioners to understand, in overview terms, the demarcation between the Minister for Defence and yourself as Minister for Defence Personnel when it comes to elements of the defence establishment, such as, for example, the Joint Health Command, the Joint Transition Authority? Are you able to give a brief overview?
Well, basically, the Minister for Defence is the senior minister in the portfolio. So that minister, in broad terms, has oversight over most aspects of it. But for issues such as, so anything to do with operations and those types of things, that is Minister for Defence. But for personnel-related matters that are not operational, so for example, military discipline, that is something that the Minister for Defence personnel oversees. Medallic recognition is another one, which basically sits with the Minister for Defence personnel and Veterans Affairs, but it's really the Minister for Defence and ultimately the Prime Minister that has to sign off on awards and recognitions. So it's basically non-operational aspects of defence personnel overseen by the Minister for Defence.
What about the welfare of ADF personnel? So welfare officers, perhaps Joint Health Command, I might include in that. Is that a Minister for Defence personnel matter?
I think it can be. It's Minister for, I think it's a joint responsibility.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is just a question sort of leaping to the end of the chronology in a sense. You were you were about 10 months or so in the position of minister holding those joint ministerial seats.
Yep.
Over that time, did you form an impression about whether the degree of integration or coherence between Veterans Affairs and matters pertaining to the welfare of serving ADF personnel were working properly, or could they be improved?
I think they could be improved, and I think they could be improved, particularly with respect to areas like transition and that whole transition piece, which is vital to the health and well-being of ADF members, but serving ADF members, but also once they transition out. So I think there are areas. There's quite a strong demarcation, I think, with Defence and Veterans Affairs, or there has been in the past. I think that's slowly breaking down. But I think the view from Defence has been that while they're in the ADF, they're our responsibility, and DVA doesn't get involved. But once they're out, we have nothing to do with them, and that's DVA's responsibility. So I think that sitting back and looking at it now, there is plenty of scope there for that joint responsibility, and I think there has to be greater responsibility for it, and particularly with respect to transition, which I know the Royal Commission has been interested in, but that's been a space which has been crying out for greater cooperation, and I'd like to see DVA play a greater role in that.
We will come to that in more detail, but thank you. Just want to refer the commissioners really to an aspect of your statement. I adverted to it at the outset. You were asked a question in the notice to give, NTG AGE 001, and it was question 4, and it related to 3 recommendations of the 2019 Productivity Commission report regarding harmonisation of legislation.
Yep.
And also 11 recommendations or initiatives recommended by Mckinsey, the international consulting firm,
Yep.
in late 2021. And perhaps it's worth just bringing that up, Commissioners, so that the public can see it.
What?
It's NTG AGE 0001 0001.
And what paragraph of the statement, Mr. Gray?
Well, I was going to just refer to the fact that you answered that question in narrative form over about 80 pages or so.
Yes.
And I take it, well, why did you answer it that way? I won't make an assumption. I'll just ask you why you chose to answer the question that way. It's no criticism, and the narrative is very useful for the Royal Commission. But why did you answer it that way?
Because I think it's hard to look at these things in isolation, and I think that there is a story behind a lot of these issues, and I think it's relevant that those issues be put before the Royal Commission because they can be helpful. And so, for example, why did we want to do, or why did I want to do certain things, and some of the issues that were encountered on the way. I think that's important to hear, and so that's why it's there in that form.
And we'll come to the genesis of the 11 initiatives of Mckinsey because they actually came into existence during your tenure as Minister, didn't they?
They did, yes.
The 3 recommendations of the Productivity Commission report were, of course, anterior to you becoming Minister. They were delivered in 2019. I think you mentioned you had a briefing or even a deep dive on legislative harmonisation early on, Mr. G. Did these 3 recommendations feature in that briefing? Do you recall? Do you wish me to show them up on the screen?
Yes, if you don't mind, that would be helpful. Thank you.
So, operator, we'll go to each in turn, and we'll just briefly linger on each. ONC 0001 0017 1561. And operator, if you can bring just the front page of that document up initially. You see that, Mr. G, the cover of the overview and recommendations volume.
Yes, thank you.
Of the Productivity Commission report.
Yep.
Now we'll go to recommendation 8.1. That's on native page 51, high on the page under the heading Initial Liability Assessment. And as the Productivity Commission mentioned there, and as you no doubt know, Mr. G, an initial liability assessment is often a first step, or perhaps is the first step in the processing of claims for compensation and treatment and rehabilitation under the model that you've already mentioned. And the recommendation of the Productivity Commission was, as appears on the screen, I won't read it out, but it's driving at having a uniform initial liability process across all 3 of the acts.
Yep.
And also applying what's known as Statement of Principles to one of those acts, the Durka Act. They're already applicable to the VEA and MERCA, but they don't presently apply to Durka. That's so, isn't it, Mr. G?
Yes.
And the Statement of Principles system is tied up with a process of connecting conditions that might be injuries or diseases with service on the assumption that certain kinds of injuries and conditions as specified in the Statements of Principles will in effect be taken to be service related in circumstances described in the Statements of Principles, but only under MERCA and VEA and not under Durka.
Yep. Yes.
Now, that's the first one.
Yep.
Perhaps I'll just go to the next. That's on page 63, and it is recommendation 13.1. It's at the bottom of page 63. Just waiting for that to come up. Thanks, Mr. G. Thanks very much, operator. This is entitled Harmonisation or Harmonise the DIRCA with the MERCA. And there are various elements to the processing and determination of a claim, and there are many ways in which the statutory tests under those two acts differ, creating complexity. That's is that consistent with the briefing you received, Mr. G?
Yes.
And the Productivity Commission recommended that the government should harmonise compensation available under DIRCA with that available under MERCA, if I could just use those acronyms.
Yep.
Including harmonising the processes for assessment of permanent impairment, incapacity and benefits for dependents.
Yep.
Now on impairment and incapacity, there are some complex issues because in certain ways the DIRCA approach to assessment of impairment or incapacity is more beneficial, for example, because if somebody has multiple conditions, they might actually end up with a better outcome than under MERCA. But on the other hand, there are some advantages to the MERCA approach. For example, with not so significant injuries, they might be counted. Are these the sort of details you were briefed on, or does that go?
I think that I don't know that the briefings went into quite that detail, but certainly if you read the Productivity Commission report, they set it out very, very clearly there in volume 2 and give, I think, some quite useful examples of if those acts were harmonised, how, for example, it could benefit people on, thank you, people on DIRCA, but also it may not be a total benefit. So we're talking about the different methodologies of assessing that, and so if you have a couple of low impairment scores on DIRCA, you might actually be better off under the MERCA because you can combine them and actually get compensation for it. So, yeah, it's not clear cut in terms of the harmonisation, but that's not to say that it can't be done.
Yep. And perhaps we'll leave that one there and we'll go to the third of these three key pillars of the proposal for harmonisation. These are not all of the recommendations that were made, of course, Mr. G, but these seem to be the key pillars. It's recommendation 18.4, sorry, that's not right. It's recommendation
19.1, I
beg your pardon, 19.1
Yep.
on page 78. Thank you very much. Page 78, and it's almost the entirety of the page there, operator. And it's the two scheme proposal.
Yeah.
So that is the proposal that while DIRCA should be harmonised with MERCA, the VEA would continue for the cohort who are eligible to receive benefits under the VEA. Perhaps we won't read it all, and there's some detail to it, but that's the gist of it.
Yeah, I understand.
Yep.
Yeah, and that, yes.
Now, the government has, and this is not on your watch as Minister for Veterans Affairs, but the government has responded to the Productivity Commission, albeit, in my respectful submission, surprisingly slowly. That's an editorial comment. You can respond if you wish. Let's go to each of the responses.
Yep.
The first response of government Pardon me for a moment. It's PCO 40 0001 1019. That was in October 2020, so getting on to a year and a half or so, well, more than a year at any rate, after the Productivity Commission report. And there wasn't, in fact, a response to these. If operator, if you could just search through to 8.1. You'll see there wasn't a response at that point to 8.1. I believe the same is true of the other two. And then I think I'll deal with this by going straight to what's called the updated response, Mr. G, so I won't trouble you to read that, thanks. Operator, can we go to the updated government response, which is PCO 000001, sorry, PCO 40 0001 1030. And that's about 6 or 7 months later in May 2021. If we go to page 51 of this document, we'll get both the interim response and the updated response on the one page.
Yep.
So if we go to page 51, please, operator. Oh, pardon me. If you could cursor back to recommendation 8.1. Thank you very much. Thank you. If we just stop there. The answer in the middle column was the interim response, wasn't it, Mr. G? Pending further consideration. And the May 2021 response in the updated response document was the recommendation will now be subject to a legislative reform roadmap that will be developed. Legislative reform will be carefully considered and require broad consultation with the veteran community.
That's correct.
And it's essentially the same response to all three of those key pillar recommendations. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Yep. Now, when you came into the portfolio position, did you have an intention personally as to what should be done about these key pillar recommendations?
No, I had, coming into the portfolio, I had an open mind on all of these issues because I guess as the incoming minister, you're just trying to get an understanding of what they are. But as you talk to the veteran community, it's clear that all of these different acts are causing issues out there. They're hard to understand. There are different processes on each one. There are different appeal mechanisms for each one. And it's an area that really is crying out for some harmonisation and some work. And so when I took the position, the writing instructions, if you want to call them that, from the then Deputy Prime Minister was be proactive. This was one area where I just thought it really should be progressed and that we need to get that work underway and get it cracking.
So were you surprised that it had taken until May 2021 for your government to even formulate the response that in regard to these three key pillar recommendations, there'd simply be a legislation reform roadmap to be developed?
Well, it's hard to pass a judgment, I think, because not being privy to all of those discussions and what had gone on before. And I didn't know what work had been done already. So you're coming into it cold and you're just looking at it going, right, how do we get this thing moving and get this? Because it's a huge body of work. And so I was keen to see what work had been done, but also how you got it moving. Like, it's just something that, you know, with a little bit of momentum, you can get it rolling and do some good for veterans.
Had there been any work done?
Look, I think
To your knowledge, based on the briefings.
Well, I asked the department to get it moving, and I think I've sent them a memo to that effect, which is in the statement somewhere. But I was surprised that there hadn't been more of the legal legwork done on it, and I thought that somewhere, because a lot of this is quite technical legal stuff, and so I guess I was hoping that there'd been more of that, and I understood there hadn't been consultation with the veteran community, and it is, whenever you deal with these issues, you've always got to be sensitive to the needs of the veteran community, because you're affecting people's entitlements and they understandably feel very strongly about it. And so it's important that you get something like this right. But I guess what I was hoping for was some more legal legwork to kind of get an idea of how it all fits together and how you can actually make it work. And so, that's what was my position on it.
Just ask the operator to display a couple of later paragraphs in your statement where you respond to a question. It's question 13 in the notice, about whether there's a connection between delays in processing claims and stress and adverse psychosocial outcomes.
Yep.
And it's on page 91 of your statement. And it's paragraphs 210 and 211. And you do refer to your view that errors and delays in the processing of veterans' claims under the three acts are contributing factors to those things, and also potentially to suicidality. Is that right, Mr. G? That is your view?
Yeah, that's my view. Like, quite clearly there's a connection there, and if you only have to talk to family members of who've lost loved ones to suicide, you only have to speak to advocates who are trying to help veterans, you only have to speak to veterans themselves to know that it's all connected. All of these issues are connected in some way. And so you have to try to solve them in order to make life better for veterans and their families. And it's, the connection is there. There's no doubt about it.
Did you form a view about that connection early in your tenure as Minister?
It was talking to family members of those who'd lost loved ones to suicide. I think when you hear those stories, you can't help but be moved by them. And so to me, it was a great honour to be Minister for Veterans Affairs, but at the same time, it's a heavy responsibility, because the decisions that you make have real impacts on people's lives. And so all of these issues which needed resolution quite clearly were having an impact on the lives of veterans and also their family members. And so we just had to get them moving. That's what I wanted to see. Like, if you solve these issues, you go a long way to improving veteran health and well-being. Now, it has to be said that not every veteran has a bad experience with DVA or claims processing, and you speak to quite a few veterans who've said, my experience was really good, and they'll come up and tell you, but not everyone has had that experience. And so, to me, to discharge your duties as the minister, you need to be trying to solve these issues for them. And these are these are organisational issues and legislative issues and process issues which we should be able to get on top of. And so that's what I wanted to do, get these things moving to help. That was the bottom line.
Okay, well, thank you sincerely for that evidence. I was asking you about when you'd formed the view about the connection, but I take it that it's a bit hard for you to say exactly when you formed that view.
It
was
is,
talking with families.
Talking with the families and the veterans, it was a process, but soon, especially with those families that I spoke to, after that, it became very clear that these issues needed to be resolved, and it really brought it home.
I'm not asking who the families are, but whenabouts was that? Was that in the first few months?
Yeah, just after I came in, and so a lot of family members wanted to talk, and so I spoke to quite a number of them and heard their stories. A number of whom had been pushing for this Royal Commission, and then also just talking to veterans. And the advocates, as I went around in the role, you could see that these were issues that they were crying out to be resolved, including veterans in my own community. I mean, they came and knocked on my door and said, "We need to. It's great you're now the minister. Now it's list, get working. This is what we need fixed."
Now, a minute ago, in identifying the complexity of the issues, essentially, you referred to three kinds of issues. You said organisational issues, legislative issues.
Yeah.
I think you said, I'm sorry, I don't have it immediately to hand, but I think you said issues of process or process. You might have said process issues.
Yes.
Just very briefly, have we covered the legislative issues? Is it that question of the extreme complexity of the 3-act process that you have in mind when you refer to legislative issues?
Yeah, that's right.
As a driver of these delays and errors that you think are contributing to adverse outcomes, even including suicidality?
Yes,
Yeah.
I believe so.
Okay, so that's the legislative factors. Just very briefly in overview form, the organisational factors, what are they?
Well, just how claims processing, for example, is organised, and how that's carried out, how it's structured. So these are organisational issues. Some of them are management issues, but they're issues that are within our control to fix. Yep. So that's why I was very keen to get them fixed.
Yep. And we'll come to this in more detail, but does that include matters such as the staffing issues, the ASL cap you referred to in your statement, things of that nature?
Yes, it does.
And process issues, before leaving organisational issues, does that also include just funding? The executive government being able to provide enough funding?
That's correct.
And the process issues, can you just give an outline of what you mean by that?
Well, what the processes are that we can control, and claims processing obviously springs to mind. But I suppose if you want to extend it, you could talk about the process of transition and how all of that works as well. So if you can get those settings right and make these issues better, as I said, you go a long way to improving veteran and family health and wellbeing.
Thank you. I want to ask you about an aspect of funding. I've just touched on it. You're going to hear a fair few more questions about funding as we go.
Yep.
And one of the themes I need to explore with you, Mr. G, is whether, and look, I understand you were there from July 21 to May this year.
Yep.
So it's not it's not limited to a question of funding just in that period. In fact, it's predominantly a question about funding prior to that period. But I am going to ask you quite a few questions about funding. One preliminary matter on that issue concerns something you've identified in your statement at paragraph 122
Yep.
to 125 concerning what you call savings measures or offsets.
Yep.
And could you just explain, please, to the commissioners what you discovered on assuming your responsibilities as Minister for Veterans Affairs on the question of the application of saving measures or offsets to your portfolio?
Yeah, well, it was a...
And I don't want you to reveal anything that remains confidential cabinet
No, I understand.
matter or deliberations, but if you could just describe the issue, that would be good.
So when there is expenditure in a budget and you get more funding for DVA and its programs, that's a good thing. And so on the 2021 budget, there were some good things, including more staffing for claims processing, which was very positive. But then they said, but by the way, one issue that you have to deal with is offsets. And I said, what's the issue there? And they basically said, well, we have to find our cuts to offset the additional expenditure, which seems a bit counterintuitive. So it's like one step forward, two steps back. And so like you've had good results in the budget and there's some good things there, and it's now, okay, how are you going to deal with hundreds of millions of dollars that you've got to sort out for what is in effect cuts? And they totaled hundreds of millions of dollars. And so, I mean, it's a big issue because that's got to come from somewhere, and the department doesn't mandate this. This is government. And so that was a pretty big issue which we had to find a way through, and it was, I was quite surprised at the magnitude of that, and but I just resolved to cut the cuts, do what we could to reverse them. So that's what we set about doing.
And with respect to that particular instance of a saving measure or an offset,
Yep.
You referred to that shortly. Well, you referred to that in connection with, you say it was required as a result of the increased budget expenditure in the portfolio.
Yep.
So just so we are really clear on this, and I think you already have been, Mr. G, but pardon me for going back over it. Somewhere in the budget, your portfolio was provided additional funding, but it was on the understanding that the amount of that additional funding, or perhaps even more than that amount, would have to be saved by cuts to other areas of funding in your portfolio. Is that right?
Yeah, so that decision had already been taken. So it wasn't something that we had any choice in. It was like, you deal with, and I don't know if I can say the figure or not, but it was, I don't know if anyone has any objection.
Yeah, no, you can say the figure.
It's $430.6 million that we had to find. So it's a pretty serious issue.
And that's an enormous amount. It's equivalent to the annual cost of running the DVA, not the benefits that are paid out to veterans, but the overheads and the departmental operational costs, if I could put it that way, isn't it? Something in that order.
Yes.
Now, can I just ask you this? Is there a distinction between costs in the order of operational costs to run a department, such as staffing costs, and the funding required to actually pay pensions and benefits and that sort of thing? And is that a distinction that's recognised in government funding processes?
I think so. It's not spoken about explicitly a lot, but that's generally the way it works. So I would agree with that.
And without wanting to be specific, I'm not asking you about this case specifically or any other specific case, but just generally, to the best of your knowledge, when offsets are required to, in effect, balance out additional expenditure, so when a saving measure is required to, in effect, cancel out additional expenditure for a particular portfolio, can it sometimes be found from the entitlements that are to be paid out to beneficiaries of programs?
I'm not sure of the precise policy, but from what I can gather from having experienced this, there's a fair bit of discretion. They just basically want to find the money from somewhere. So there seems to be a fairly broad discretion about where it comes from.
Okay. And do you know what's the actual mechanism by which these offsets are imposed upon the portfolio or the portfolio agency? Is it some fine print in the budget papers, or is it off budget?
No, I don't think it's in the budget papers. I think it's just a policy. So some are offset and some aren't, and you'll basically, I think when the money is internally allocated, you get a notification that it's going to have to be offset, and you may get that verbally, but I think it's in a written form at some point as well.
Thank you. Now, I want to ask you about aspects of the long narrative section of your statement, which is really the core of the statement in lots of ways. But I want to do that not necessarily chronologically, Mr. G, if that's all right. I'm going to ask you about a number of themes, starting with claims processing, and we'll follow that theme through to its conclusion and then turn to another one. If that's all right with you, it will require a little bit of page turning. But the full account relating to each particular theme will then emerge in a way that is, I hope, informative for the commissioners and the public. You've mentioned on claims processing that was one of the key issues on which you received a brief, and then you briefly adverted orally to a deep dive, and you indeed refer to the deep dive on claims processing.
So I'm
at page 30, paragraph 30. At paragraph 30, you refer to these key issues briefs, and at paragraphs, that's on page 7, Mr. G, and at paragraph 64, you then refer to the deep.
Yes,
Pardon. No, pardon me. You then refer to the claims processing brief in particular at paragraph 32. You say in paragraph 32 you received a briefing about claims processing. And this was an incoming minister key issues brief relating to claims processing. This is your first briefing on claims processing, is that right?
Yes, that's the major one.
Let's just pull that document up for a minute. It's DVA 0008 0002 0013. You do extract quite a lot of the text of it in your statement, which is very convenient, thank you, but we will just bring up the document. I won't be doing this with every document you've referred to. Is that the incoming minister key issue brief on claims processing you received?
Yeah, yes, it is, yep.
And if we just, I'll come back to this page in a minute, but if we go to page 0018, table 1, presumably this was the first of many tables and reports you were to receive on the numbers of accumulating claims and whether there were, what percentage of claims were being processed within targets.
Yep.
Is that right? And there are various categories of claims down the left-hand column.
Yep.
And they include, for example, DERCA initial liability and MERCA initial liability, that topic that we referred to some time ago in your evidence.
Yep.
But also incapacity, and there's totals for claims for compensation and totals for all claims. And the total for all claims shows a deterioration in the position for percentages of claims decided within the target timeframe when compared with the previous year. Is that your reading of this table?
That's correct, yes.
And this is a topic we'll come back to by reference to some more documents, including documents you required DVA to generate for you on a weekly basis in a little bit. If we just go back up to the foot of page 0013, I'll just ask you, being presented with this information and also the overview information,
Yep.
did you form some concerns about the state of claims processing within DVA?
Yeah, obviously it was a major concern that we had all of these outstanding claims. And then we went, and then we had the deep dive presentation, and that where we went into it in a lot more detail. And I was concerned about it, and I was concerned that I'm obviously not a processing expert or a manager, but I wondered whether this claims processing system that we had was as efficient as it could be, because there's clearly a lot of claims, and one of the questions that I did have was whether this system was working efficiently and obviously in the interests of ADF members, veterans and their families. And so at the deep dive, I was looking at all of this material. Would you like me to elaborate on that?
Let's go to the deep dive.
Okay,
Indeed.
sorry.
I was just going to ask also, from this point on, after getting this brief, did you ask for weekly meetings with the Secretary of DVA?
Yeah, it was agreed. Well, we all wanted, DVA wanted, we all agreed that regular meetings were important. But I was keen to get, and my office was keen to get more details on the extent of this issue and how we track it. So, I mean, that information that you've just put up was helpful, but it was, and especially after the deep dive, it was clear that we were going to need more information and to try to get on top of it.
Okay, we'll go to the deep dive. DVA 0002 0001 0245. 0002 0001 0245. While that's coming up, I'll ask you to turn your mind to whether at this point you had any views about DVA's plans to eliminate the backlog that had accumulated over the last couple of years before you took on the role as minister. But this is the deep dive presentation that you're referring to?
Yes, it is.
And perhaps we'll go to page 0250, which is entitled What We Are Doing. And I'll just ask you whether if we're able to form any views about whether the plan articulated by DVA was adequate in your view, and B, whether it was overly optimistic in referring to its aspiration to address the backlog in 18 months, assuming address means eliminate. Was that over optimistic? Were you able to form any views about those matters?
I think it was too early to form a view at that point. But as I listened to the presentation, I was just trying to get an understanding of how it all worked and how it all came together. So I was asking questions about the forms that, if you just want to suddenly make a claim, what that looks like. So I wanted to see a copy of the initial form. And as it turns out, it sounds simple, but as like with a lot of things in this area, it gets more complicated as you go through these different acts. But I guess one of the issues as I was looking at these documents was, and this is the point I was getting to before, well, has there been any work done to tell us whether this is the best way to do it? What if we haven't been doing it right for a long time? Has anyone been brought in to tell us?
And did the Secretary or another officer of DVA tell you about a request for quotation for a consultant or a consulting firm? I won't ask about the other competitors, but for a process of, in effect, tendering for a consultant to scrutinise that claims processing system in the manner you had in mind?
Yes, they said that they had started a process of engaging external consultants, but the work had been paused.
All right. And what did you say?
I said, well, I think we need to get that going.
Yep.
Because it could, and the reason I said that is because I thought it could be potentially very useful.
Yep. And did that lead, in effect, to the grant of, did that lead to Mckinsey conducting the review later in 2021, which resulted in the 11 initiatives that we mentioned at the start?
But I wanted to make sure, so my office and I were involved in, I wanted to see the documentation as to what they were asking the consultants to do, because I figured if they're asking the consultants the wrong questions, you're not going to get the answers that you need.
Yep.
So we took an interest, and I took an interest in what they were doing, and indeed, once that process had been restarted, my Chief of Staff and I actually drafted some terms of reference which we wanted included, because we just wanted to make sure that this work was going to be meaningful work and effective.
And was one of the ideas that you wished to incorporate in the scope of works a requirement to interact with families, including families who'd had experience of suicidality or even suicide of their loved one while awaiting claims processing?
Yes, it was, because when you're dealing with claims processing, in order to properly understand it, I think you need to hear, and not only to understand it, but to improve it, I think you need to hear from those who've been affected by it adversely. And I wanted Mckinsey, they're international consultants and they're management consultants, and they have a lot of experience in that. But when you're dealing with an issue like this, I wanted them to get some idea of what this issue means to veterans and their families. Like I didn't want it to be done in a vacuum, like a desktop analysis. They needed to hear the impact that this was having on people, because behind all of these issues in DVA are people and people's lives, and that's why this portfolio is so important, and that's why the responsibility of the portfolio is so heavy, because you're impacting people's lives on the decisions that you make, including claims processing.
And there are a number of documents you referred to around that amendment of the scope of works, and then a number of other communications with the Secretary concerning that, the degree to which Mckinsey should be asked to interact with families or to understand the needs of families. And that occurred over the period September and October 2021.
That's correct.
Yep.
Yep.
I don't know that we'll spend too much time on those because time's going to run short and there's so much to cover.
Yep.
What I might do, however, is in effect put to you, Mr. G, a number of matters that the Secretary of DVA told the Commissioners in a previous hearing on the 14th of April.
Yep.
When I was asking her, Miss Elizabeth Cosson, about what the drivers or the factors contributing to the accumulation of the backlog of unprocessed claims had been over the 2 or 3 years prior to 2021.
Yep.
Now, I might just do this by referring to some transcript. I'm not going to read it all out. I'm going to attempt to summarise it.
Yep.
And if you do wish to read it, that's fine. But otherwise, if you just want to rely on my summary, we can do it that way.
All right.
It's transcript of the 14th of February. Operator, if you please bring this up. It's from page 31, 2953, and it covers 3 pages. And in essence, Mr. G, I had already asked Ms. Cosson a number of questions, and one of the things she said was that DVA didn't have a model to forecast demand, that is, trends in numbers and types of claims that it would be receiving.
Yep.
So it said it didn't have a model. She said it didn't have a model to forecast demand. And I said, or rather I asked, because DVA doesn't have a model to forecast demand, is it the case that DVA was unprepared to deal with increasing claims that began to occur from about 2018? And Ms. Cosson agreed with that. And another matter that I'd covered was annual departmental appropriation. Now, what was meant by that was the reference to staffing and other costs of operating the department, as opposed to the amounts of money being paid out to veterans or the amounts of money being provided to service providers who were looking after veterans.
Yep.
So talking about the departmental appropriation, I asked Ms. Cosson, was the annual departmental appropriation adequate for DVA to perform its claims processing function in each and every year from financial year 2017-18 to 2020-21? And she agreed with me that it was inadequate, that the annual departmental appropriation in each of those years was inadequate. Now, of course, I know that was before your time.
Yep.
But I'm just giving you the background. I also asked was DVA aware of that through its senior executive officers?
Commissioners, I hesitate to interrupt, but would it be convenient to put this transcript up on the screen so the witness can follow
Yes.
the passages you're reading from, Councillor
Yes, I'm
Assistant?
sorry. Is the operator able to bring up transcript page 31, 29, 53? Thank you very much. 14th of April. (14th of April 2021). Transcript 312953. I beg your pardon, I might have given the wrong date. 14 April 2022, 312. Thank you. Pardon me, operator. And if we go to page 312953, thank you. Beginning at line, just above line 15, it's probably about line 13. Do you see, I'm beginning, this is, I'm the person represented by Q, Mr. G.
Yes, I see.
And I've told Ms. Cosson I'm going to ask a series of questions and elicit her responses to them, and they're questions in the form of propositions. And that's the first one about the departmental appropriation.
Yep.
And then the next question is at line 25, and it's about the knowledge of DVA through its senior executive officers that claims processing was not appropriately resourced to meet increasing demand. Ms. Cosson agreed.
Yep.
And the next point was at line 32 or so. And it was compounded, that continuing that problem of inadequate resourcing.
Yes, I see that.
Compounded in the years that followed, all the way through to 2020-21.
Mm-hmm.
Supplementation funding was sought in each year because the appropriation was inadequate, and that varied between 12 to 23 million each year.
Yep.
And Ms. Cosson agreed. And then at the bottom of the page, there was a question about ASL caps.
Yep.
And they were in place. And then over the page, please, operator. If we just go down now to line 32, I asked, because of the ASL caps on the levels of APS employees whom DVA can employ, including in claims processing, the staffing of the claims processing area has been dependent on obtaining contracted labour hire workforce. And Ms Cosson agreed. And at the bottom of the page and over to the top, I won't read all that out, but in essence, Ms Cosson agreed with me that the mix of staffing in claims processing is unsatisfactory. There is too much labour hire.
Yep.
And she, in effect, agreed with me, and we spoke about the figures. And at the point that she was giving evidence, I believe they were hovering at about a third, but for much of the period in question, they'd been at about 50%.
May I just make a point on labour hire while I'm thinking about it?
Yes.
Generally speaking, I think it's better not to use labour hire if you can avoid it. And one of the things that I did when I became the minister, I came up to Townsville. It was the first trip I made. I went into the Veteran Access Network office here, and that was one of the points that they raised with me. So that is an issue out there.
Yep. Thank you.
Sorry to
No, not at all.
take
Thank
it
you.
off track.
Ms Cosson agreed with me that inadequate staffing levels and the high rate of labour hire versus APS staff,
Yep.
Australian Public Service staff, has materially contributed to the accrual of the backlog.
Yeah.
And she agreed.
Yep.
That's at line
I see that. Yep.
10. And in all these circumstances, she agreed with me that the backlog has arisen from a combination of the absence of a forecasting model, the DVA funding model, inadequate annual appropriations, and the application of ASL caps. Now, just pausing there, Mr G, do you have any reason to dispute Ms Cosson's characterisation of those things, taking into account the point you've made about the efficiency of claims processing and your desire that you formed fairly early in your tenure as minister to have a consultant review the efficiency of claims processing?
That line where all of those
Before
issues.
the witness answers that,
Yes.
is my learned friend asking him to agree with all the passages he's read out, or in particular, the page we're looking at from lines 9 to 16 or so?
Well, I'm not asking him to agree precisely, but I am asking him, Mr G, whether you have any reason to dispute. Because it's not knowledge that you had from being minister over all that period, because you were only minister from July 21. But I'm asking you about the passage at line 14 to 16, and I'm limiting the question to whether you have any reason to dispute the proposition at line 14 to 16 on page 2955. Perhaps if the operator could just highlight that passage, which reads, in all these circumstances, the backlog has arisen.
Ah, yes. Okay, thank you. That's what I was after.
Now, I understand you've already made a point about your concern relating to the efficiency of claims processing, so we'll take that as an additional concern you have. But do you have any reason to dispute Ms Cosson's view that those are the factors from which the backlog has arisen?
I can't speak to the inadequate annual appropriations because I wasn't there at that time. So I don't have knowledge of those issues and what went on at that time. Forecasting, yes, I think it would be useful. It would be very useful to get better at forecasting. I mean, McKinsey does modelling on forecasting, but yes, the DVA funding model, I think the issue is funding for claims processing. Like that's, in terms of wider DVA funding, as I said, I wasn't around at that time, but I think that that there have not been enough staff on claims processing, and McKinsey states that quite clearly. So I don't think that can be disputed. With respect to would you like me to speak to ASL caps?
Yep.
With respect to ASL caps, I think in terms of the claims processing system and DVA, I agree that that is an impediment, because when you go, and I can't, as I said, I can only speak from my own experience over the past few months, but it is a factor that comes up. Well, you know, what about the ASL cap? And you've already had staff given to you. And so the ASL cap is a live issue. Now, I was aware of the ASL cap, but I kind of viewed that as I didn't let the ASL cap get in the way of trying to sort this issue out. So I took the view that, yes, I was aware of the cap, but if we needed more, we were going to get it. And so, for example, in the previous budget, when they got the $98 million for 470 odd staff.
447.
Sorry, 447, thank you. I think they lifted the cap for that. So it can be lifted, but for me, the cap's not, you should have as many staff as you need to get the job done. That's the bottom line, especially in claims processing. So for me, that cap, in terms of claims processing, shouldn't play a role. And it should never be the primary consideration, and it should never be given priority over the needs of ADF members and veterans to get these claims processed. You should have as many staff as you need to get that job done effectively. And so, yeah, there is an issue with the ASL cap with respect to claims processing. So, yeah, and indisputably there has been an issue with the number of staffing to get that job done.
Should there be a funding model that picks up a forecast about claims, numbers of claims that are expected, numbers of different types of claims and the work that is going to be needed in processing those claims, and also that picks up the additional work that will be required, assuming many of those claims are going to be granted, and works out on a demand-driven basis what the staffing requirement of DVA will be, and that guarantees that funding?
Yes, I would generally agree with that. I think there does need to be. This is on claims processing I'm talking about here, because not all DVA staff are doing claims processing. But yeah, just on the claims processing, that is something that you could have a look at. I think that once you clear this backlog, a lot of this stuff will get sorted out, and it will become a lot easier. But the key is to clearing that backlog, and if you can do some proper modelling and get that forecasting right, then that is another factor in terms of keeping it down. But in terms of the issues that have caused the backlog, obviously more people have been making claims, which is positive. But there are also, I think, issues with the processing system that need to be sorted out as well. So it's not just a staffing issue. There are other elements to this, and you need to have a process which is working properly and efficiently in order to make the best use of those staff. And so just to say we need more staff and we need to put them in on that system, that's fine. But if the system isn't working efficiently, you won't get the best possible results.
Yep, understand it. And I will give you a chance to explain your ideas about those matters.
Okay.
Just want to ask you about one other thing that you just mentioned. I put to you that the funding model should include not only the funding of the staffing requirement to process the claims, but it also the consequential work that is entailed by the grant of greater numbers of claims, because you then have more clients that you're looking after. Do you agree there's a compounding effect? The more claims you receive, the more you're likely to be granting, presumably, and then you're going to have cases, we could call them cases, individuals with needs, perhaps with some with quite complex needs,
Yep.
who are going to have to be looked after, and that there's an additional staffing requirement entailed by this.
I would
Is that
agree
right?
with that.
You agree?
Yes.
The funding model should encapsulate those sort of consequential costs as well. Do you
Yes.
agree?
Yes, I do.
Now, I don't know whether all of those matters are within the discretion of DVA, all those factors we've been talking about. We're going to go to the efficiency of the claims processing in a minute, but we've got forecasting model. Perhaps DVA could have created its own forecasting model, but putting that aside, the funding model, annual appropriations and the ASL caps, those are all matters for the government of the day, aren't they?
Yeah, that's correct. As I said, I can't speak to like the adequacy of the general appropriations, but my experience was with respect to that claims processing issue.
I understand it was before your time.
Yep.
All those appropriations were before your time.
Yes.
You came in inheriting a budget that had already been announced.
I did.
In May that year.
And the cuts.
So I'm not asking about your direct knowledge, but I asked
Yep.
you, did you have any reason to dispute Ms. Cosden's evidence that the annual appropriations were inadequate? And I don't think you do. You're not disputing the
No,
evidence.
I
you
would just say that there are other factors that have led to the backlog.
Yes. And you're focusing on the efficiency of the processes in particular in saying there are other factors. Is that right?
That's correct.
I mean, in a direct sense, you could say that the increase in demand, we could call it, the increase in numbers of claims, because undoubtedly there has been an increase in numbers of claims.
Yep.
You could say that that is a proximate cause of the backlog as well, couldn't you? But if you have a demand forecasting model, you should be able to deal with it. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
You
Yes,
should be
I
able-
do.
and-
You should. Well, yeah. You should be able to deal with it.
DVA should be able to deal with it without an enormous increase. Perhaps there might be a slight increase, but an enormous increase in unprocessed claims, because presumably the forecasting should be taking place in time to ratchet up the resources and the processes needed to deal with the increases in demand.
Yeah, I would agree with that, and that's another reason the tracking of the claims is so important. It's so that you can better understand what the trends are and how you're tracking, and so that you can react to it. So it's one of the advantages of the more detailed claims reporting that we were working on.
Yep. Could I ask you about that? I'm just going to consult my notes for a minute because I'm having to edit as I go to just hit the important topics, Mr.
Yep.
G. Pardon me for a minute. When you came into the portfolio,
Yep.
did you receive weekly, before asking for them, were you offered weekly reports of the numbers of claims on hand and the average time to process claims and whether various targets were being met?
I don't know if we were offered them, but we were regularly asking for updates. Yeah.
Right. You say in your statement that you put in place a requirement.
Sorry, what paragraph, Mr. Gray?
I'll just find it, for weekly updates of
Yep.
those sorts of figures. And I'll just find that for you. Thank you. much. Operator, please go back to Mr G's statement, EXP 005 0018 0113 at page 33. The foot of the page, beginning at paragraph 82, Mr G, you say, while I was provided with updates from DVA about claims processing, I found it difficult to track its performance with respect to clearing the claims backlog and to generally obtain a clear picture from DVA as to the ongoing status of the claims backlog. This led to the implementation of a system of weekly claims reporting, which was refined over time.
Yep.
Now, perhaps I've taken a liberty there, but I've inferred from what you said there that you required that to be put in place. Is that right or not right?
Yep. So we were getting updates, but what we wanted was we wanted to be able to track it clearly, because in order to get on top of the issue, you just needed to see what the trends were, and it's quite confusing. And so you saw that earlier snapshot which you put up earlier, which was an early one, and it was just from that it was difficult to see, get a clear understanding of what was happening. I mean, it spoke about targets. Well, what are the targets and that type of thing. So what we wanted to do and what we did over time was get a weekly report on what was happening with all of these claims, how many were outstanding, so that we could get an understanding of not only how we were going in clearing it up, but what we had to do in the future in terms of trying to alleviate it and fix the issue.
Yep. I'd like to ask you some detailed questions about those weekly reports, and that'll probably take us to an early lunch and adjournment at 12, Commissioners, if that's appropriate.
That's fine.
And that will give our transcript services their break at the required time.
That's fine. Thank you.
Now, before going to those weekly reports, Mr G, can I just ask you about the targets, that very word you just mentioned and that I'd mentioned earlier?
Yep.
There are targets in the annual reporting of performance outcome measures that are that have to be met, or that are supposed to be met by DVA, aren't there?
Yep.
And there are, perhaps I'll just bring this up briefly. I won't ask you to, it's certainly not a memory test, Mr G, and I won't ask you to go through it in detail, but just so the Commissioners and the public can see what I'm asking you about, I'll ask the operator to bring up just a section of DVA's most recent annual report, EXP 0002 0016 0148. And the annual report contains various key performance results referable to particular outcomes that are binding on the agency. Is that right?
Yep.
And under Enhanced Wellbeing Outcome 1, with some detailed description following it, there are outcomes that are expected with regard to timeliness of delivering income support and compensation.
Yep.
And I don't know if we're going to be able to, have a page number to go to, but if you could go to Program 1.6, Deliver Income Support and Compensation under MERCA and DERCA. We'll just go to an example of what these timeliness requirements are. And at 1.6.1, thank you, operator. Mr G, can you see that? Is that big enough, the text?
Yes.
We might just expand it a touch. Thank you.
Thank you.
1.6.1, timeliness. And then there's a requirement or a reference to a metric, the percentage of DIRCA liability claims processed, brackets determined, within 100 days. And there are various other timeliness targets that apply to different kinds of matters that are being determined by DVA within its responsibilities. And when I say DVA, I mean officers of DVA who are delegates of the various commissions making the decisions that trigger compensation. And those targets, some of them are 100 days, some of them are 50 days, if you just take it on trust, for incapacity claims. Some of them are 90 days for impairment liability claims and impairment claims under MERCA. So they differ, but they're in that range of 50, 90, 100 days.
Yes.
Now, is that what is generally meant, unless the context requires otherwise, when we're talking about claims processing targets? Are there any other targets that we need to consider, to the best of your knowledge?
No, I don't think so. No.
Okay. I mean, the context might require something different, but if DVA is referring to percentages or numbers that are processed within the target, presumably one can assume they're referring to these targets in the annual report. Okay. Now, you instituted or had some communications with DVA that resulted in weekly reports to you of how DVA was going in addressing the backlog.
Yes.
I want to go to some of the examples of those that you've provided to us with your statement. The first, I believe, that you've given us is one that shortly after the commencement of this program of provision of weekly reports, I think you said that began in October 21, and you have given us a weekly progress report in November 2021, and I'll just ask that be brought up in a minute.
What exhibit is
That is,
that, Mr. Gray?
it's referred to at paragraph 128 of your statement. I'm not sure what tab number it is in your bundle. It's called Weekly Claims Report for the week ending 14 November 2021, and it's emailed. It's tab 29 of your bundle, I believe.
I don't seem to have that.
Perhaps.
Oh, yes, it's in this one. Thank you.
Thank you. And it's AGE stop 0004 stop 0001 stop 0001 on our system.
Yeah, mine's dated the 18th of October. But anyway, if we could, I just haven't got that. 29. Sorry.
Is it? This is simply an email covering email. This first page.
Yep.
And it's perhaps we shouldn't be displaying that. Come to think of it, because it is referring to the. If we could cut the feed to the on the public webcast, please, commissioners. Thank Thank you. If we could retrospectively ensure that with the 30-second delay, that name isn't displayed to the public. I think perhaps, Mr. G, I'll just go to the next document I know about, which is, I don't believe, going to have a covering email, so we won't have that problem. But these were emailed to your office on roughly a weekly basis, is that right?
Yeah.
Let's go to AGE stock 0003, stock 0001, stock 1466.
Just to assist, that's tab 24 of the court book, I think.
Thank you, Dr. Rennick. Now, it's fairly minute font, but are you able, just by looking at the screen, to identify whether that appears to be the document, the kind of document you were receiving on a weekly basis after implementing the weekly reporting regime?
Yep, that's correct.
And I just want to ask you about an aspect of it. It's the references to targets, essentially. Do you see in the legend at the very top, perhaps we can expand that, please, operator? It's in effect the second block of text. Yes, thank you. You see there are three statuses that are referred to in the legend. One is under control. Majority of claims on hand are under active investigation.
Yep.
Median processing time at or approaching target.
Yep.
Do you understand the reference to target there to be the target in the annual report?
Yeah, I assume so, yep.
Do you recall whether you ever interrogated DVA about what they meant by target in that legend?
I think it would have come up probably in the early days, but I don't remember the substance of the conversation.
Thanks. Could you please direct the mic more closely towards your mouth?
Yeah, sorry.
G, thank you. Stabilised is the next status. Claims on hand remaining steady, median processing time improving, and under pressure, high number of claims on hand, median processing time significantly longer than target.
Yep.
And then if we go down, please, operator, to the bottom of this page, under permanent impairment, do you see in the left-hand column the various categories of determination that are required? DIRCA permanent impairment, MERCA permanent impairment, and then under capacity, MERCA or DIRCA incapacity.
Yep.
Pass over VEA for the moment.
Yep.
Do you see in the far left column, there's a number of rows. The fourth one down under the heading under DIRCA permanent impairment is total on hand less than 100 days. So that's less than the annual report target. And there's in effect a break point of 100 days there that reflects the annual report target. Is that a fair summary?
Yep.
And then there's another break point of 300 days covered in the rows of that table.
Yes, yep.
And similarly for MERCA permanent impairment, although the break point's 90 days.
Yep.
And 300 days.
Yep, that's correct.
Now, I just want to, before leaving this document, if we go across to the status reported for DIRCA permanent impairment, you're being told status is under control.
Yep.
Which is the top legend, and I'll just read it out again. Majority of claims on hand are under active investigation, median processing time at or approaching target.
Yep.
However, when we look at the data in the table for, say, DIRCA permanent impairment, the number of total on hand at less than 100 days, so still within the target,
Yep.
is a little over 2,000. But then there are, just at doing some quick arithmetic, about the same number in the next two columns when you add them up together. In other words, there's quite a few, about half, that are outside target already, and indeed some of those, quite a significant proportion of them actually, are more than 300 days
Yep,
on hand. So that's
Yep.
more than 200 days longer than the target.
yep.
And yet DVA's reporting status is under control.
Yep.
I'm just trying to understand, Mr. G, whether I'm missing something, but that just seems incorrect, doesn't it, to say that the claims on hand under DIRCA permanent impairment are under control, meaning majority of claims on hand are under active investigation, median processing time at or approaching target.
Yep.
You agree with me? That just seems incorrect to say that those figures are under control in that sense.
I think DVA would have to speak to that, but I think when we went through these, there were various issues as to what they were doing with respect to each of these ones. And yeah, I agree with you. I generally agree with you, but I think it just shows you how much pressure this whole system was under, if that's under control.
Well, that's another way of looking at it, I suppose.
But I mean, I'm not speaking for DVA there, but yes, I mean it is. Yeah, the figures are high.
Yep. Can I just ask, did that break point relating to the targets that appear in the annual report remain something that you were interested in throughout your tenure as minister? Look, I'm going to withdraw that. That's a very obscure question. I'm just going to show you another document, then I'll ask you a question.
Yep.
Could we go to a later weekly report?
Yep.
It has a different title. It's not called Weekly Performance Report anymore. It's called Weekly On-Hand Monitoring Report.
Yep.
The first one of these that you've given us is in January 22.
Yep.
AGE 0003 0001 1711. And this will be the last document, Commissioner. I think we're right on 2 hours.
Where do I find?
I think. Thank you,
Yes,
Dr.
I've got it. Thank you. Yep.
AGE 0003 0001 1711.
Yep.
Thanks, operator. Now, we'll go down to the equivalent part of this document, but I'll just ask you, it's called Weekly On-Hand Monitoring Report now.
Yep.
Is there anything in that change of name that you know of? Is it in fact a different kind of document, and there's, I don't know, still a thing called a Weekly Performance Report as well?
This is just, no, they've changed the name yeah, it's a continuation of what we had instituted.
Yeah, okay. It seems similar, but it's not identical. You've got traffic light colours now, but you've still got the same legend, essentially, just the colours added. If we go down to that equivalent part of the document for permanent impairment, so we've got lots of green.
Yep.
But do you see in the left-hand column, let's take DIRCA permanent impairment again, DVA is no longer reporting to you the break point corresponding to the target in the annual report. You see that? All that you see is claims on hand that are less than 300 days or claims on hand that are more than 300 days.
Yep.
But the target, you'll remember, was the target in the annual report was 100 days.
Yep.
So my question to you is, do you recall DVA raising with you any proposal to remove reporting on the breakpoint corresponding to the annual report target?
It wasn't raised with me directly, but my chief of staff was dealing with these issues, so it may have been something that he had been raising with them. Okay,
well, I think I have to ask you this.
Yep.
is it now a little unclear what target they're referring to? And if you just look, I'll just spell that out. If the target were to be 300 days, then maybe you could justify having a green status on those figures, although even that might be questionable. But if the target remains the annual report target, you just can't tell, can you? And in fact, you don't know what information lies behind the information in the third last row, claims on hand less than 300 days. You don't know what proportion of those figures in that row for claims on hand of less than 300 days are actually under target. Do you agree with that?
Yes, I think the way that they would explain those is and again, you'd have to ask DVA the methodology on that, but they would generally give an overview on the number of claims that have come in, the number that they're clearing up, and any factors that have led to either an upsurge or they may have had more people working on a certain section. Generally what we were, I mean, those, the targets were one thing, but also just trying to get a handle on how many they're actually clearing up, and how long all of that was taking. And so I believe my Chief of Staff was trying to seek the average claim clearance time as well, as part of this ongoing refinement of this.
Okay. Well, just in the row above that, I've been referring to the claims on hand of less than 300 days. There's also median days to determine. And you see that seems to be getting worse.
Yep.
Broadly speaking, it's perhaps it's jumping around, but it's at around the 200 mark or a little over the 200 mark by January.
Yep.
And it's well over the annual report target of 100 days, isn't it?
Yep.
So I'm just wondering if there's any explanation that occurs to you for saying that the median processing time is at or approaching the target, when it seems to be more than double the target.
Yep. Again, I think you'd have to ask DVA
All right.
the methodology for that.
We'd better leave it there for now, if that's an appropriate time.
Thank you. Yes, I think we'll adjourn for lunch back at 1 o'clock.
All rise. The Royal Commission is adjourned until 1 p.m. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide is now resumed. Please be seated.
Thank you, Mr Gray.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr G, before lunch I was asking you about the reports on weekly performance in claims processing. Perhaps your microphone isn't on.
How's that?
Yeah, that's good, thank you. Were you satisfied at the time with the level of reporting by DVA on its performance in addressing the backlog?
The form of the reports was, I guess, something that was being refined. Generally speaking, from those reports, you actually can get a good snapshot. It's not perfect, but it's a pretty good snapshot of how it was all going. But the bottom line was, you could tell from those reports that they were struggling, and even they were struggling, and even the ones with the green lights, which they would indicate that they had under control, and but it was a constant struggle, and that was the constant theme. I mean, you could see that these claims were constantly building up, and even with the breakdowns of the medians and everything, you could just see that the claims coming in were, for the most part, greater than were being cleared. Now, sometimes they would be clearing more than were coming in, and so we'd go through those. But generally speaking, those reports gave an indication that they were struggling to clear the backlog. And even though I think it's still a very useful tool, as I said, not a perfect one, but a useful one. And you could tell from that they were struggling. And every once in a while you'd get, it'd start to look good, and then certain claims in certain areas, and then it'd start to slide again when there'd be an uptick in claims activity. So, but from where we were at the beginning, I think they provided a much better snapshot, and you were able to track much better how we were going. But the overall takeout from them as we moved through it was that they were struggling.
My question is more about whether you were satisfied with the adequacy of the information you were being provided, or whether you had to continue to interrogate DVA about details. How forthcoming was DVA in reporting its performance to you? And I do have in mind that green light system and the questions that I asked you about that before lunch.
Yeah. That's not, that taking that information out is not helpful. I just can't remember whether I had a conversation with my Chief of Staff about that or not. It was kind of a constant issue. But the bottom line was, it would have been better had we had more information, particularly on the averages. That was something that my Chief of Staff we were trying to, I believe he was trying to get that incorporated, because it was an issue that he'd raised with me. More information would have been better, but the reality is they were struggling. You didn't need to have too much insight to see that. That was plain as night follows day that they were struggling. So with or without that information, the conclusion was the same.
Mr G, when you came into the role of Minister on the 2nd of July 2021, as we discussed before lunch, you were in effect inheriting the budget that had been announced for that financial year. You opposed and successfully quelled a requirement to find offsets of some $430 million from
Yep,
the portfolio.
We did.
Even taking into account your success in quelling or removing that requirement, my question to you, did DVA have enough funding to address the backlog and conduct all its other departmental operations?
DVA never raised with me the issue of not having enough money to fund its departmental operations. So that was never an issue. The issue with respect to staffing, well, they'd got the extra money in the previous budget, just under 100 million. But the staffing issue...
And just to pause there, that was for 2 years of additional ASL
correct.
of 447 people, many of whom were going to be allocated to claims processing.
Yeah, so we get updates on that and they'd tell us what they were doing. The issue of further staffing really only came about as a result of Mckinsey. So no one was ever coming to me and saying, we just haven't got enough money to run the department here. It was only after Mckinsey that staffing issue for claims materialised.
You answered my question by saying DVA never came to you,
Yep.
telling you that they didn't have enough
Yep.
funding for their operations in the 10 months or so you were minister.
Yes.
But my question to you was, in your own opinion, did DVA have enough funding in that financial year, in light of the budget, the previous budget, and even taking into account your success in opposing the offsets? In your opinion, did DVA have enough money?
I didn't have any reason to think that they didn't have enough money.
Very well, we'll leave it there.
Yeah.
Yep. Now,
It just wasn't an issue that really came up until Mckinsey.
yep. Can I ask you about the ways in which policy might be formed in light of the actual experiences and views of veterans and the veteran community and their families?
Yep.
And of course, you've already mentioned this because you instructed Mckinsey to take, in effect, that matter into account in the review that it conducted late in the year. But I want to ask you that at a more general level.
Yep.
There is a national consultation framework,
Yep.
is there not,
Yep.
by which it's intended that the veteran community will have a say on issues including policy.
Yep.
Are you aware that there was a review of the National Consultation Framework commenced in 2019? We have some information about it, and I wanted to ask whether you saw a draft of a report of that review. The review seemed to go on for some time because it started in 2019, but we understand from information provided by DVA that, and for the record, this is NTG DVA 0006, DVA 0000, 0003, 0022 at 25. But I'll just read it to you. The final review report is outstanding. The Chair has advised that any recommendations on the future structure of the National Consultation Framework, the NCF, will be provided to the Minister for Veterans Affairs for consideration prior to finalisation of the review. Now, my question to you, did you receive a draft of any recommendations on the future structure of the NCF for consideration prior to finalisation of the review at any time before leaving office as Minister on the 23rd?
If it came up, it wasn't brought to my attention that I can remember.
Okay. Can I just ask you then at a more abstract level and with untutored by any recommendations of that kind,
Yes.
what are your views on the adequacy of the current National Consultation Framework as a channel for understanding the views of the veteran community. Are there improvements that you have in mind? And if you haven't turned your mind to it, that's all right. I'm putting you on the spot, I know. But if it is something that you have thought about and you wish to share any views with the commissioners, can I just leave it on that basis? You're now free to do so.
Thank you. It's a big body of work, I think, that does need to be undertaken, and there are going to be sensitivities around it because there are lots of different views. The reality is, I mean, ESORT certainly does have value, and I found it very useful. But I think that generally speaking, it would be useful if an examination of possible reform in the area could be undertaken now, simply because there are so many now ex-service organisations in existence. Some are formally organised, some are informal. In some cases, you've got individual veterans helping other veterans. So we would have individual veterans contact my electorate office and say, I'm representing these couple of people, how can we help them? So, and you've got different charities out there. I think it would be useful if a framework that could be brought into existence, which, to the extent possible, unifies the ex-service organisations. I don't think it's ever going to be possible for them to speak with one voice, but whether that involves some form of accreditation or not, I don't know. But I think it's a big and important body of work, because the feedback from the veteran community is that whilst many of them value ESORT, there is dissatisfaction with it, and certainly that dissatisfaction was expressed to our office in different ways, and they want it to function better. Some want it to be more representative, some want a seat at the table. You've also got the distinction between older veterans and younger veterans. And I think it's something that has just kind of been left over the years and has gone on. But I think bringing some more structure to that space would be beneficial. Now, exactly how you do that is probably the big question. But at the moment, I think that reform in that area would be well overdue. And I'm aware, for example, different people come forward with different ideas. Ian Lindgren from the Peacekeepers and Peacemakers, he has some strong views, and I know he's given evidence to the Royal Commission. So there are different views on how all of that should happen, but generally speaking, many want to see change, not only in the structure, but in the way from the timeliness of getting their meeting notes to results from the meetings, follow-up action. So I think that's a really quite a large body of work that needs to be undertaken. But as I said, there's going to be a lot of different views on it, so it won't be easy. And maybe there's an accreditation role there to play by government, although you don't want to be producing a whole other body of red tape. But I think that issue does need to be addressed, because it is quite, there is some division there at the moment. And even if I speak to my own RSL sub-branches, they're struggling to get the younger members involved. And in some ways, they are getting them in, but in other ways, there's still a disconnect there. So I think you want more veterans having their voices heard. The question is how you do that, and it's a little bit unstructured at the moment.
And is that presenting a challenge on the task of legislative harmonisation, because there isn't a single consultative voice?
Well, I think it will when they get up to the stage of consultation.
Yeah.
I think that will be an issue. Now, obviously, you've got the organisations that have been doing this for a long time and doing it very well, like RSL, for example. But there are other different groups, younger groups forming with different ideas and different approaches, and I think they're looking for ways to have their voices heard as well. So I think that's an important body of work. I haven't got all of the answers on that, and it probably will be controversial, but when you've got a lot of, there's some really important work coming up, and you do want to have voices heard on that. So I think that that's really important. But having said that, the eSort consultations, which I was involved in, I found very useful, and they are crucial. And so you want that engagement to continue. The question is, how do you do it better?
eSort was consulted on the Mckinsey review, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And
Yes.
I think we're just not going to have enough time to cover that topic of the expansion of the scope of works, as I suspected before lunch.
I understand.
So we're just going to skip to, in effect, the outcome of the Mckinsey review.
Mm-hmm.
The Mckinsey review essentially concluded in December 2021,
Mm-hmm.
and they produced an overview, a handy overview document, and also a very detailed report.
Yep.
The overview document was dated 10 December 2021,
Yep.
and we won't go to the very detailed document, which is dated 14 December 2021.
Yep.
I'll just bring up the overview document.
Yep.
Operator, it's DVA 0006 0001 0001. I promised you, Mr. G, earlier in this session that I'd give you an opportunity to go to those process concerns that you said
Yep.
were important factors in the accumulation of the backlog.
Yes.
And do we understand your evidence to be that you saw Mckinsey as a very important project for understanding how to resolve those processing difficulties and inefficiencies?
Yes. And it was really all we had, because how else are you going to find out? McKinsey was all we had, or all I had, to kind of give an overview on what was going on, and also give that third-party view to DVA as well. So yes, the answer is yes.
And is it your recollection, this is very rough, but
Yes.
essentially they did their work in two components, two sprints, which in fact overlapped,
Yes.
and it was in roughly the time frame of October to that period in early December.
Yes.
And we've got that document coming, I think, DVA 0006 001 0001, which is a high-level overview of the outcomes of their work, that which they described as a claims process diagnostic.
Yes.
So they were analysing where the inefficiencies, and as they called them, pain points lay, and also in the provision of a implementation plan, albeit at a very high level and on certain assumptions which they weren't able to verify,
Yep.
but they were providing on a estimated basis. And
Yep.
they also qualified those assumptions and indicated where they considered them to be optimistic and so forth.
Yes.
So if we just open that document, you see on page 8, there's a historical description of the problem up to the commencement of the Mckinsey work.
Sorry, what page was that again?
Page 8, so it's for the operator. Yes, thank you. And this is a graph depicting the accumulation of the backlog since a point in 2018, and indicating that there's roughly, in effect, it's the backlog is increasing by half every year, by about 48% per annum,
Yep.
and rapidly becoming very large indeed. And indeed, in your statement, you've described this as a national disgrace.
Yes.
Haven't you? There's a step down in the backlog depicted by the bars in this bar chart graph at August 2021, and that was because of the elimination of dual and triac claims from the numbers, which McKinsey advised were being double counted in their view. Is that right?
Yep.
But that wasn't a reflection of an operational improvement. That was a matter of accounting, so to speak. Is that right?
Yes, I think through a process of putting together those weekly claims reports, and McKinsey, they worked out that there was this double or I think possibly even triple counting going on, which they were able to eliminate. So it brought it back down.
I wonder if we can hear you properly. Do you want to just bend the microphone a little
Sorry.
bit? Thank you very much. Then on the next page, on page 9, there's a depiction, isn't there, of the ongoing gap between capacity to process incoming claims.
Yep.
And it's described in terms of the full-time employment FTE equivalent
Yep.
who would be required to meet the actual demand, the actual numbers of claims of the various types coming in, as depicted by the red line.
Yep.
Is that right?
Yep.
Yep. And then, so it's a very concerning picture according to both the bar chart and this depiction of the deficiency in employment capacity, isn't it?
Yep. Yes, it is.
Just returning to that funding question,
Yes.
why was the employment capacity so deficient as depicted here if it wasn't a matter of the funding of the employment capacity? Is it something to do with the ASL cap? Is it something to do with management? Are you able to help the commissioners on that? Do you have any insights from what you learned?
Do you mind just repeating that question?
Yeah. Why, if as you said, DVA wasn't complaining that it didn't have enough funding, why was the employment capacity so dreadfully below what was required to meet the claims that were coming in and that were on hand? Was it a management issue? Was it the ASL cap? Is there something you can point to?
No, there's not.
You understand the issue that I'm concerned about, Mr. G, is that if DVA has never told you that they were not adequately funded during your period as minister,
Yep.
but the employment capacity is so manifestly below what's required to do their job,
Yep.
what's the cause?
Well, I can only assume that in the past they weren't given all of the staff that they wanted.
In terms of funding or in terms of ASL cap, or possibly both?
Possibly both.
And you've said in your statement, and you've expressed the view before lunch perhaps in slightly more measured terms, but you've expressed the view that the ASL cap is inappropriate in the context of DVA claims processing.
Yes, I believe that.
And that's because APS ongoing employment is a far better model so that you can get an accretion of the knowledge needed to become a fully productive workforce and to deal with the claims with that body of knowledge rather than the workforce having to turn over all the time. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct. And that was one of the, as I said, when I came up here and visited the van office, that was one of the issues they raised with me.
it's better for continuity to not have labour hire because
Yep.
the turnover tends to be higher, I think.
Now, I know I'm going out on a bit of a limb because we've in effect made a couple of assumptions about funding for staffing and the ASL cap
Yep.
being at least partial causes of this
Yep.
incapacity of the workforce to deal with the claims.
Yep.
They're both matters that are a matter of for executive government, not the DBA. That's right, isn't it?
Yes.
So do you know of any explanation as to why, when you took over as Minister on the 2nd of July 2021, the DBA was in a situation where it had insufficient employment capacity to deal with the claims, and the executive government up to that date hadn't addressed either of those two things, ASL cap and funding for staffing?
I'm only speaking on assumption here because I wasn't privy to any of those discussions. But when the budget allocation was made for the extra staff in the previous budget,
This is the 447 people
447.
supported by $90 million over 2 years.
Yeah, 98.
Thank you.
5 or something, I think.
Yep. At that time.
But I would imagine around that time there would have been discussions about how much staff they actually wanted, they probably didn't get the amount of staff that they were seeking, I would say.
Permanent, ongoing
Yeah.
ASL staff.
Yeah, and so that's what I think happened, but I haven't got any direct knowledge of that. But just knowing how that system works, they would have been given some, and I imagine they were told, well, that should be enough. But there'd been a lot of analysis on all of that before my time. So again, it's very hard for me to talk about that issue because I haven't got first-hand evidence about what actually went on.
I'll come back to that one more time after we've been through the Mckinsey Initiatives, because I want to ask you about whether, when you handed back your responsibilities on the 23rd of May, you had any view on the capacity of DVA to deal with the backlog and whether its ongoing funding will be sufficient. But I think we should probably cover the DVA issues first. I beg your pardon, the Mckinsey Initiatives first. The Mckinsey Initiatives are 11 initiatives which were on top of 6 planned or in-train initiatives that were already happening. And I think that had already been mentioned in some way in briefings to you during that financial year. Is that right?
Yeah, they had more. Like McKinsey, that was it. They were basically saying there were 6 in-train initiatives, 11 ones which we think could make a real difference. But they had, if you go through the report, there are a whole lot of other things in there as well. But it was basically the 6 and 11.
Yep. And let's just focus on the 11 because the 6 were already in effect happening in some form or at least planned.
Yep.
And McKinsey's 11 further initiatives appear on page 13.
Yep.
And with the exception of one of them, which is called POLI 05.
Yep.
You say in your statement that you're supportive of all of them. And you've got reservations about Poly 05. I'll ask you about that in a minute. But the other 10 you considered should be implemented. Is that right, Mr. G? I think we'll ask the operator to bring up 0013 so the public can see it. I can see that you're looking at your hard copy, which is excellent. There are 4 categories under which these initiatives are described.
Yep.
There are 3 dealing with processes, there's 3 dealing with policy, there's 2 dealing with systems, and there's 3 dealing with people. So they have a little prefix referring to that category,
Yep.
and there's an estimate of the impact up to the end of 2023
Yep.
on the backlog if each of those particular initiatives is implemented, and that appears about a third of the way along the page in the column, about
Yep.
a third of the way along the page from the left.
Yep.
And the first process recommendation, that's PROC number 2, is support clients to submit completed claims, and that involves a real life person as well as improving information systems. But a real life person might actually help a veteran wishing to make an application.
Yeah, it's a combination of a concierge service to actually get them to fill in the forms properly, but also computer-assisted nudging, so that when you go online to do it, it prompts you to do certain things and fill in the forms properly.
Yep.
And then
That's an initiative with quite a big impact, estimated to have quite a big impact.
Yeah, that is a big impact. And then Mckinsey had there was another element to it where they could offer to reimburse people who had already paid for an initial diagnosis, I think, just to make it easier to get the initial diagnosis in. So it was about speeding up that gateway process.
Yep. And I don't think we have time to go through all of the 11, but we'll just mention by exception POLI 05, Revised Claims Management Approach for Serving Members.
Yep.
Mr. G, just to summarise, you were concerned that there shouldn't be a decision about prioritisation simply by virtue of the status of the person making the claim as a serving member. There was an element to this proposal that people who were former serving members should, in effect, all other things equal, be prioritised over people who are serving members. And you were concerned about that, is that right?
That's correct. And so what the proposal would do would be to essentially put the claims by serving ADF members who are still in the ADF to the back of the queue, the claims processing queue. And so they would not have the same priority as others. So the issue with that is, and that the reason why I did not move on that was because I don't think you can move on it until you actually find out, well, who are the people that are affected, what are the nature of these claims, and what impact will it have on them. And then I suppose there are wider issues for the ADF as well. I mean, you're asking people to put on a uniform and defend our country, but their claims are going to be at the back of the queue. So there's that. I suppose there's a morale issue there as well. And I looked at that. I looked at that proposal and I thought, well, I'm just uneasy about it because I just don't think you can rubber stamp it and wave it through without knowing the real life impacts on our defence personnel. And they could be very real. And so you don't want to be making decisions at the stroke of a pen.
Can I suggest, is there also a consideration here to the effect that perhaps this is particularly acute with service personnel who may be considering transition in the near future?
Yep.
There's a consideration to the effect that, if at all possible, it's best to sort out that service members' claims before they actually leave the ADF, so they don't have as much to deal with in the transition process and after the transition process. If they've already made the claim while a serving member, it seems inimical to that consideration to, in effect, put them to the back of the queue, as you've suggested?
Yeah.
Is there anything in that consideration?
I don't know that. Well, yeah. I mean, I think that is one thing. I think the general theory behind it was, well, the people with these claims are still at work, and I think this is the theory. This is not my theory, but this is what I think was behind it.
The proponent of the initiative was probably thinking this.
They're well enough to work, and they're still at work. So, and will temporarily. It's not a permanent measure, but it was a temporary measure, so that they would, in effect, be deprioritised. But I just did not think that decision should be made without really understanding the impacts. I mean, it could be quite tragic for people, and so how would you know without actually asking? And I think so. DVA had some concerns with that one.
Can I just ask you specifically? We've probably just got a few minutes.
Yeah.
But there's another initiative that is identified by DVA, I think it is, as a big ticket item, and I think they mean in terms of its potential budgetary impact.
Yeah.
It's not actually estimated to have a huge impact on the backlog, I see, but it's POLI 01, extend non-liability healthcare conditions.
Yeah.
I don't know what the basis of the estimate is, but could you just explain that to the commissioners? Is that relating to, in effect, not extending the conditions for which veterans will not be required to actually establish liability at all?
Just wave them through. That's essentially what that is. Yep. And I guess it's a question of scale as to how big you want to go with that.
And that currently applies, does it, to mental health conditions? Is that right?
Yes.
But there may be other things to which it should be extended. Maybe it's unclear to what those other things are.
Yeah,
that's why there's no estimate.
And so then the question is, well, how far do you take that? Do you do it in a limited way? So it's just limited to, certain conditions, or do you just open the gates and?
Did you develop any position on that, personally speaking? I'm not asking about cabinet deliberations.
I think it was a more limited. I think there are a couple of.
My question is: did you form an opinion about the scope to which that POLI 01 should be, to which it should be extended, the kinds of conditions to which it should be extended?
I didn't go into the detail as to whether it should be for this condition or that condition, but it was basically the concern with it was if you go with it too large and just open the floodgates to all of these conditions, it's going to have a big impact on the budget. That's the first thing. But also the question was, what safeguards can you put in place to make sure that people just don't suddenly game the system? So before you opened it right up, you'd need to have a look at how you'd actually stop that and what safeguards you could put in place. So if you look at the Mckinsey timeline, I think if they wanted to do, you've got a bit of time to do that. I think going on for a wider option with that needed more work.
And the timeline, thank you for mentioning it, is at pages 20 and 21. Yeah. I did ask Ms. Cosson about this, and I won't go to the transcript, and I'll just ask you to take it on trust. She effectively, after we'd looked at some of the assumptions and whether the predicates for the timeline were being met, she agreed with me that the ability of DVA to comply with this timeline is now compromised. The various things haven't happened in the time anticipated in the early stages of the timeline. I won't go over the detail of that. Have you turned your mind since receiving this McKinsey report over the period to 23 May
Yep.
to whether DVA was tracking on time with the implementation plan sketched by McKinsey on these pages?
Well, I was very keen to keep all of this moving as best we could. I think that, I think in the end, DVA was pretty much, they were pretty much on board with it. Although some details, the details were still to be worked out. But they, I think, had basically, were starting work on getting them all in train. I suppose the timeline doesn't take into account changes in government and associated delays with that. And so when when an election's called, you hit caretaker and it just kind of, everything for a while just kind of stops. And if the government changes, you obviously just can't pick up where you left off. So I think the timetable, it was tight, but I just wanted to, get as much done as quickly as we could. And that was my approach to it.
There were budget-related decisions that were needed for some, at least, of the 11 initiatives, weren't there?
Yep.
I'm going to ask you about what happened with those now, and
Yep.
in the course of that I'll ask you about the press conference you gave on the 26th of March 2022 at Orange.
Yep.
In the budget that was prepared for 2022-23, it's the case, is it, that, I beg your pardon, I'll just get the exact figure, something in the order of a little over $20 million was provided for another increase, a 2-year increase, I believe, of ASL, many of whom would be doing claims processing,
Yep.
to reflect the recommendations of McKinsey on the need for increased claims processing personnel.
Yep.
However, while that element of McKinsey's recommended initiatives was met with a positive funding decision in budget 22-23, to the extent that the other initiatives required budget approval and funding, something in the order of a little over $70 million worth of funding, the decision in the budget papers didn't extend that funding, so that there was going to be insufficient funding to implement these 11 initiatives. Is that right, Mr. G?
That's correct. Well, initially it was going to be zero, so there was going to be nothing for any of it.
Not even the temporary top-up in ASL personnel?
No, like it was nothing. And so eventually 22.8 million, that appeared, but there was nothing else.
And you presumably received some form of communication of this sometime in advance of the 26th of March, did you?
I did. I believe it was verbal, but it may have been written, but I believe I learned of it verbally through my office.
Yes, and you mention in your statement and in the press conference you gave on the 26th of March that you'd had discussions with the then Deputy Prime Minister.
Yes, I did.
And did you have discussions about this in the lead up to the 26th of March, also with the Minister for Finance?
Yes. And my office was talking to a whole, my chief of staff was talking to a whole variety of people as well, but I was keeping the Deputy Prime Minister informed of what was happening.
We might just bring up your transcript of the press conference you gave on the 26th of March at Orange, AGE 0003 0001 1916. And Mr. G, as you'll probably recall, you went over this transcript. It looks like you went over it in painstaking detail, and you made various small changes.
Is there a hard copy of that?
Tab 27.
Thank you.
The Royal Commission had provided a transcript to you, and you amended it after presumably listening to some audio of the press conference. Is that right?
Yeah, I didn't personally listen to it, but it was listened to.
Okay. Now, I just want to ask you about some details in this press conference.
Yep.
Firstly, you say in the 4th paragraph
Yep.
that some veterans have been, well, you say, you give an estimate of the size of the backlog of unprocessed claims, and from the middle of last year, when it was about 55,000, you
Yep.
say it currently stands at almost 60,000.
Yep.
And before leaving this topic altogether, I'll come to the most current figures we have, but
Yes.
I'll move on from there. You say some veterans have been waiting years to get their claims processed and finalised. This is simply not good enough. In fact, it is a national disgrace. And you truly and sincerely hold that view clearly.
I do, it is. And we should be doing better for our veterans. Like it shouldn't be beyond us to get this issue under control for them. And I feel very strongly about it. I felt strongly about it that morning, and I still feel strongly about it. Like in Australia today, we should be able to do better than this for our veterans.
And you mentioned how those numbers are actually people, and you go on. We won't spend too long over this, but you use some very strong language about the need to look after those people.
I did, because decisions are made in budget processes, and they're made in, offices in Canberra or Sydney or wherever. And to some people, it's just a line item in the budget. And then it's just, okay, we'll give this or we'll give that, or that'll do them and that should be good enough, and that'll keep him quiet or whatever. The thing about all of this is that it's such a crucial issue for veterans and their families that the point I was trying to make is that these are people's lives that we're dealing with. And it's for that reason that we should be actually doing our level best to help, given what we ask the men and women of the ADF to do. And it's just a source of frustration, and it was a source of frustration that you've got have these budget processes, and I'm just not sure that that when people are undertaking these processes, that they realise that when decisions are made on issues such as this, they have real consequences. And that's, I've found that very frustrating, and that was the point that I was making. And when you speak to the veterans or speak to the families, that, it's as clear as day. But
I suppose when you're putting together a national budget and there are competing claims and priorities, and that can all get lost in the fast-moving pace of government and budget processes and hurtling down towards an election. I get it, and to a certain extent it's understandable, but it doesn't make it right. You have to, there should be a top priority, and the point that I was, and sorry, I'll stop in a sec, but the point that I was generally trying to make here is that the care of ADF members and our veterans and their families should occupy a place of prominence in the consciousness of the nation and in the hearts of the nation. And it's frustrating when you see that may not be happening, because they deserve it. So that was the point I was trying to make.
Thank you. In the next couple of paragraphs, you refer to the action plan, and that clearly is the Mckinsey Initiatives, is that right?
Yep.
And then you refer to the funding quandary that you discussed a minute ago,
Yep.
that $96 million or so was required.
Yep.
And initially you were told nothing would be provided,
That's correct.
but then after an effort or an objection by you, you were told that $22.8 million would be provided for 90 temporary staff,
Yep.
but no other funding.
Correct.
And you then say, this is about the middle of the penultimate paragraph on that page,
Yep.
it would have meant that we would have been without any other actions 100 staff short. That's because the 11 initiatives, if they're implemented properly, on the assumptions that Mckinsey made, that in
Yep.
effect stands in the place of just throwing another 100 staff into the claims processing area. Is that right?
Yeah, look, I was looking at I was thinking of there was a table in Mckinsey that said if you don't do any of the 11 initiatives, you'd need 190 staff to clear the backlog by a certain date. I'd have to have a look at the table. So that's so they'd given us 90. So that was what I was referring to there.
Thank you. We can find that, and also that the date would have been different. It would have been sometime in 2024.
Yeah.
And you'd say that nobody could really tell you.
Yeah, I think I'd I guess the question was, well, what can you do with that, with 22.8? And the answer is, well, you're not going to clear the backlog, and where would it get you? Just kind of, who knows? That was the point I was making there.
And so there's a shortfall of $73.2 million.
Yep.
And what you say in the press release is that by communicating with the Deputy Prime Minister shortly before this press conference was held,
Yep.
you obtained a promise that $73.2 million would be found and it would be provided for the purposes of implementation of
That's
the
correct.
action plan, namely the Mckinsey Initiatives. Is that right?
Yeah, it wasn't just the Deputy PM, but yes, he was kind of, I won't say coordinating it, but he was quite prominent in this.
Now, that figure wasn't included in the budget papers, that is the $73.2 million.
That's correct.
It's referred to in other documents, press releases, including some statements in public by the Prime Minister and a joint press release a little later, 29th of March.
Yep.
And I won't spend time on them now, pardon me, but we'll move on. But in essence, off the budget papers, there was an intention and a promise that the government would fund that $73.2 million amount to enable the initiatives to be implemented.
That's correct.
Now, you left office as Minister on the 23rd of May.
Yes.
Have you had any communication with the now government as to the status of that off-budget promise?
No, I haven't.
I had a good working relationship with the former Shadow Minister for Veterans Affairs and Defence Personnel, and I had assumed that he was going to be taking over that job, but he didn't. So I left a letter for him, basically saying that I'm happy to help and assist. I don't know whether he ever got it. I left it on my desk, but I haven't had a chance to go and knock on the door of the new minister. But look, my point of view with the change of government is that these issues that we face in this portfolio transcend politics. And so I hope that this new minister is successful. I want him to succeed in dealing with these issues. And if he requires or any of his assistants require any input, they probably won't, new government, but I'm happy to give it because I actually want them to succeed, and I want them to do a good job, and I want them to get this sorted out for our veterans and their families and the men and women of the ADF. It needs to be a national priority. And that's, as I said earlier, that was the point that I was trying to get across. And it transcends politics, and we should be able to do this as a country. Like, we should be able to get this under control.
Yeah. And just before leaving this topic, I do now want to just refer to the most up-to-date information to which you had access before leaving office.
Mm-hmm.
The last documentary weekly report you received is, and I'll ask the operator to display it, AGE 0003 0001 1900. And I think it's probably unnecessary to go into the sort of detail we went into with the earlier ones, Mr. G. I'll just wait for it to come up. It seems to show...
Sorry, is there a hard copy of that? Thank you. 26. Sorry, I'm a little bit old school with...
No, that's quite all right. Thank you.
with the exhibits.
It's AGE 0003 0001 1900. It's
Yep.
the 15th of May 2022 weekly report. You referred to it at paragraph 163 of your statement.
Yep.
I just went down to the bottom line, the net position, and it seems that, in fact, month on month since January, that last report we looked at, there's in fact been increases in claims on hand. So it's right down at the bottom of the document.
Yeah, I see that. Yep.
And that it's month on month, every month.
Yep.
And then you had so clearly the backlog was getting worse, not better, at least in net effects. Maybe there were variations between different claim categories were there, but in net terms, is it the tenor of the reports that you received up to the time of leaving office that it just kept deteriorating?
This is just the story of these claims. They just kept building and building, and yeah, I mean, in a way, I felt a bit sorry. In some respects, I felt a bit sorry for the people who had to put it together because, you know, having to front up every week to the minister to explain all of this, it's just a depressing story. That's the general theme. It just kept building.
Pardon me for a minute. You received a verbal briefing 20th of May. It was only short, less than a week afterwards. Was there any change?
No, this was the one that we were using, and that was my last, that was my last meeting with the folks at DVA.
Yeah. You say that these weekly reports did give you the capability to, pardon me, I'll just see if I can find this. Well, I'll just ask you this question without trying to paraphrase what you said in the statement about this. What did these reports really enable you to do? I mean, you obviously required the Mckinsey project to occur,
Yes.
and to be taken off pause and to be implemented.
Yep.
And then you obviously, to the extent of threatening to resign, supported the funding of the initiatives and their implementation.
Yep, we got them extra staff to help with this, and we got the initiatives. We got funding to get the initiatives rolling.
So, I'm in no way diminishing those efforts, but from 2nd of July 21 to 23 May 02,
Yep.
on the ground, so to speak,
Yep.
can you point to demonstrable improvements for veterans waiting to have their claims processed from your efforts?
The claims processing system, or the claims processing backlog was growing. However, I'm of the view that the steps that I took pretty much straight away from the very first meeting, or one of the very first meetings I had on claims processing, that we were able to get a clear view on what the issues were and how to fix them and funding to fix them. So that was how I viewed that period. And had I been lucky enough to have more time in office, it would have been my intention to implement and get those initiatives rolling, and DVA was working on that on a draft implementation plan when we went into caretaker.
Were there any other tailored interventions, interim interventions, if you like, that you were prompted to direct as a result of receiving those weekly reports? Did you, for example, I don't know, direct DVA to try to provide supports to people waiting in the queues for excessive periods? Did you consider whether the targets themselves were appropriate and needed to be revised downward? Anything of that kind?
Look, it got to the extent where the system, the backlog, 60,000 claims, the targets almost become irrelevant because what's the point in, you look at it and you go, well, what good are the targets anyway? Because you're not going to get within a bull's roar of them. So even recalibrating that, I don't think would have had any effect. The best thing that I thought we could do was just get rid of that backlog and do what it took to get it sorted out. And so DVA did, since the earlier days of the government, they had brought in measures to, for example, to triage people who are waiting in the claims processing queue and who may be at risk, for example. So they had those in place, which are positive. But once you clear the backlog, a lot of your other issues then get a lot easier to deal with. And then you can have, start to have a look at making sure that it doesn't build up again.
I'm going to ask you about a different topic you cover in the narrative. It's the Joint Transition Authority and the topic of transition.
Yeah.
In your capacity as Minister for Defence Personnel, paragraph 65, you mentioned a memorandum you sent on the 17th of September 2001
Yep.
to Secretary Moriarty,
Yep.
Secretary of the Department of Defence. And you sought information about the progress in the JTA implementation plan. Is that right?
Yep.
And you received information back on that, and you refer to that at page 82 of your statement, paragraph 164.
Yep.
Might just ask you to go to that. Were you satisfied with the state of progress in the operationalisation of the Joint Transition Authority, Mr G?
Sorry, what paragraph of the statement was it?
164D.
164D. Sorry, I'll just be a moment.
And we should read the chapeau, the intro for 164, which actually is a fair few pages earlier,
Yep.
and that's on page 72. You say, throughout my time as Minister, I was involved in a variety of other ministerial duties, including in relation to new and existing initiatives to support veterans and defence personnel, such as, and then on page 82, at D, you refer to the development of the JTA implementation plan
Yep.
and ongoing discussions throughout September 2021.
Sorry, what paragraph was that, Mr Gray?
It's D on page 82. It's paragraph 164D.
Oh, yeah.
I was just asking about whether you formed a view or impression sometime around September 2021 about whether the state of progress in operationalising the JTA was satisfactory.
Yeah, look, it was satisfactory, but I wanted to go faster because, look, I think the folks I should preface that by saying the folks who worked on that JTA, I think were excellent officers and people, and that they were being very diligent in their approach to it, as they should, and they knew the importance of it. But I did want to see it go faster as much as I could, simply because this transition issue is so crucial to health outcomes and mental health outcomes, and it goes to the heart also of what this Royal Commission is all about, and it's one of the keys, I think, to dealing with this issue of defence and veteran suicide, and so making sure we get it right is very important. But I just want to, I just wanted to go faster, basically.
In the next paragraph, E, you refer to facilitating a roundtable.
Yep.
On the 29th of October on transition. Was that in an effort to move things along?
Yeah, it was, and also to just get input from a wide variety of people of what should go into the implementation plan, and I think it did do that. So there were quite a number of different points of view, I think, that were put forward, and Major General Stothart, I think, took all of that away and was going to plug that into his plan.
All right. Was there a document emanating from the roundtable setting out an action plan, or is that?
Look, there
outside your
could...
recall? I'm putting you on the spot.
No, there could well have been.
We'll follow that up. If
Yeah,
you're
there was...
speculating, that's all right.
No, I think I imagine that there would have been. I don't believe that I have it. But certainly all of the views there, my Chief of Staff took notes there, and so did I, and it was quite comprehensive in the discussions and the ideas there. So I would imagine that probably exists, but I don't have it.
I want to ask about another topic that you raised with Secretary Moriarty.
Yep.
And you refer to it in your statement at paragraph 132 and 3.
Yep.
It's on quite a different topic, but clearly one I'm inferring must have been within the scope of your remit as Minister for Defence Personnel, perhaps on a shared basis with the Senior Minister, and it's culture.
Yep.
You wrote a document you're referring to as the 19 November 2021 Defence Memorandum.
Yep.
And you've extracted quite a lot of it. And you wrote regarding alarming figures of sexual misconduct in the Australian Defence Force community.
Yep.
And I've used that word culture, perhaps that's not a word you'd use, but perhaps we should just refer to that as, in effect, sexual misconduct or a subset of unacceptable behaviour that was occurring and that had been reported. You're referring to Department of Defence annual report information in seeking information about specific policy changes and education and awareness training addressing that concerning issue.
Yep.
And you're concerned about the safety of members of the Australian Defence Force.
Yep.
And Mr G, I don't, and pardon me if I've got this wrong, but I couldn't see a response to this memorandum referred to elsewhere in your statement, later in your statement. Do you recall sitting there in the witness box, did you receive a response? And pardon me if I've just missed something in the statement, maybe Dr Rennick will correct me if I've missed something, but...
No, there was a response did come back, and it was in and it came back reasonably, in a timely fashion, and it was outlining the steps that Defence was taking to deal with this issue. And I believe it was from Secretary Moriarty, but and in it he outlined the steps which Defence was taking to deal with this issue. But yeah.
Thank you. Were you satisfied with the response at the time, do you recall? Or did you take it further? If you can't recall,
I don't. I had a look at the response, and I just need to see the response.
I'm not going to press the question now, Mr G.
No, can I just raise the issue as to why I raised it?
Yeah,
just
please,
if you don't mind.
Please do.
Because I think it is relevant. It's because I raised this issue with Defence because that issue of sexual misconduct was an issue that came up in my discussion with veterans. And correct me, I may be wrong about this, but I think I may have even raised it in the conversation I had with the commissioners in the first conversation. But it has a huge impact on not only the physical well-being, but the mental health of veterans. It can be devastating for a long period of time. And I had a veteran in
in the region that I live in who recounted a story of an assault on him, and it clearly had a huge impact and continues to have a huge impact. So I think it is, and indeed there have been some very tragic stories in the media about that issue just recently. So I think it is. I just wanted the Secretary to be aware that I viewed this as a serious issue, and I wanted some assurance from him that he was taking steps to deal with it.
And I did ask a question about whether you were satisfied with the response or whether you then followed up again. But if you can't recall...
I just can't recall there was a response forthcoming, and I may have I had a discussion with my staff about it, but I just can't recall what happened after that.
Another topic is support for families, and you introduced legislation, which you mentioned
Yes.
at 164C, back where we were a short time ago. Outside the legislation on enhanced family support,
Yeah.
were you able to make families a focus of your work as Minister for Defence Personnel and Minister for Veterans Affairs?
Yeah, there was quite a bit of engagement with families, and I think this bill would have been a really important step forward in supporting the families of ADF personnel and veterans. This bill basically provided crisis support for veterans and their families whom DVA or Defence became aware that, as being vulnerable. So there were crisis payments. There was funding to for household services and cleaning. There was support for child support and schooling. There was support for widowed partners of substantial financial support. So this legislation was introduced to the House, and it was after the budget in the very last sitting week. And on the last night of Parliament, I was tracking the bill, and I said to my staff, I take it that this bill we'll just get this through tonight, and that'll be it. And I was told that this bill wasn't going through. And I said, well, why is that? And my advisor, who did a great job on it, basically said that they didn't think there would be enough time. And I was a bit shocked that a bill like this would be left on the floor of the Parliament. So I called my opposite number, Mr. Newman, and said to him, asked him if he was going to support the bill. Yes, he did. And I said, well, we need to get it through. And I said, I would like to get your support to get this thing through tonight. And that means get the bill in front of this, condensing the speakers list and getting this through. So I went down to see the... Yep.
I'm just conscious...
Sorry.
No, Mr. G, I'm just conscious that we probably shouldn't be trying to elicit from you any proceedings in Parliament.
Okay, well, long story short...
If you can avoid talking about things that you were proposing to get done during proceedings in Parliament, because we have a parliamentary privilege issue to consider,
Okay.
that's all.
Long story
yes,
short, I did get the cooperation of the opposition. We got it through the House of Reps
And then it went up to the Senate. I went up to the Senate and personally basically wandered into Penny Wong's office and said, "Hi, how are you? I'm Andrew. I need your help with this bill." And they were actually very good about it. And this is in the last hour or two of Parliament before it rose. And unfortunately, this bill didn't get through the Senate. It was really it came down to a procedural issue. One of the minor parties was opposing it, and it didn't go through. But it's an example of a lost opportunity. And I would say to the new minister, pick the bill up and run with it, because it's the money's already there, and it's something that, again, should be a bipartisan issue, and largely was. And it was disappointing that this bill didn't go forward. It's just such an important bill for family members. So that's my tip for the new minister: get the bill rolling, or I imagine someone else will pick it up and run with it.
Thank you, Mr. G. The government, that is the previous government, your government, announced an increase in the ADF by 2040 of something in the order of 30% in the various categories of service personnel and also the public service to some extent. And the Royal Commission asked you some questions about this. You address it in paragraphs 272 to 276 of your statement. You say that you do not believe the government has undertaken, and you're talking about your government, you do not believe the government has undertaken or commissioned any study, forecasting or modelling of the potential impacts of the proposed increase in size of the ADF on the volume of claims received by DVA pursuant to the 3 Acts or any replacement legislation.
That's correct.
What's your view about whether that modelling should be done?
The modelling should be done, and I believe it should be. There was, when I came in, I was told that the former Prime Minister had directed that whenever future deployments were considered, that there be an assessment of the true cost of such deployments. And presumably that takes into account claims that result from that. It would almost have to. But that was on a cost of deployment. So to a certain extent, it's covered, but basically not totally. So yeah, that work does need to be done, and I assumed that it would be done when that announcement was made.
In paragraph 275, you refer to something a little similar but different in volume, at least, to what the Prime Minister mentioned. The Productivity Commission had recommended that an annual premium to fund expected costs of future claims should be levied on defence. So in a way, that's an exercise similar to predicting what the DVA-related costs of deployment might be, but writ large. It's a global exercise of working out costs of future claims, and then in terms of budget allocation, ensuring that the defence establishment, Defence Department and ADF have responsibility to find that money out of their budget.
Yeah.
What are your views on that?
Yeah, well, I think that's, there are probably a number of different ways you could do it, but that is one way that you could do it. But I think you do need some, and as my experience has shown, you do need some flexibility in trying to resource that claims processing operation, just because of the variable nature. So, yeah, I think that's that we should be looking at ways to do it, and that would be worth looking at.
Thank you. Further on aspects of your statement that expressly advance reform proposals. Can I ask you about a number of those?
Yes.
Firstly, you mention in answer to question 6, which was a question in the notice, which I'll just paraphrase it rather than asking for it to be, or perhaps we'll just put it up on the screen, pardon me. It's NTG AGE 0001 0001, or it might be 001 0001. We'll go to question 6. Have you formed any opinion on whether or not additional funding, I think we've probably covered that, a new or revised funding model, I think we've covered that, legislative change, an increase in the ASL cap, or any other step is reasonably needed to improve the correctness and timeliness of the department's processing and determination of claims?
Yep.
In the course of answering that question, you referred to the need to reform something called the Managed Access List. That's
Yep.
at paragraph 168. What's the Managed Access List and what should be done about it?
It's more just something I think it's a matter for DVA, but also the new Minister's Office. So and I only became aware of this right at the end of my tenure, so I didn't have, there's not a lot of opportunity to go through this with DVA. So the Ministerial Office was getting calls from veterans who felt disconnected from DVA and they wanted help with their matters. And some of them were, and they were like medical matters or other matters. And so our office tried to help them, but towards the end we became aware that there was, I guess, a cohort. Now I'm not saying it was a big cohort, it was probably a reasonably small cohort of these of veterans who were ringing us looking for help, and that there was this managed access list, which my understanding was, and from my staff was that these veterans, their cases had been dealt with, and there was nothing more that could be done with them in terms of progressing their matters, or there may have been other reasons why they were on this list, but the bottom line is they were coming to our office. Now, there'd be very few electorate offices in the country which didn't have constituents, the odd constituent who kept coming back. I've certainly had them. It can be on all manner of issues. I had one who was dissatisfied with a court settlement, and for years documents would come in and they'd go to the media, and after a while the State Attorney General could only take so many letters from me. I was like, no, I don't want to. We're taking as far as we can go. I guess my issue with this is we're dealing with veterans, and the staffers that they're ringing up may not have the expertise to deal with it. And my fear would be that if without that guidance and expertise, that there could be a very tragic outcome, perhaps. You don't know, especially when you've got staff who don't have the training to deal with it. So what I'm saying is, for this cohort of veterans, small though it may be, there needs to be some resourcing set up to better deal with it, because I'm not sure having the Minister's Office as the last port of call, and don't get me wrong, we did everything we could to help, and in fact we did help. But I think if there was more resourcing, that issue could be better managed. And also from the new minister's point of view, it would assist his staff.
The second sentence in paragraph 168 says, it became known to my staff that some of these veterans were unable to contact DVA as they were on a managed access list.
Yep.
Was this in effect DVA refusing to speak with those people?
Look, you'd have to ask. That was just what the feedback from my staff was.
All right.
So it's probably a matter that DVA can deal with. I guess the point is that if these veterans are vulnerable and they are feeling that they can't connect or talk to because their cases have been dealt with, or and perhaps there are other reasons where they were possibly rude to, I don't know, DVA staff. I just don't know, but it's just something that I think needs to be looked at. It may not be a huge issue in the greater scheme of things, but you just don't want a cohort of veterans, however small, to feel that disconnection. And then you also don't want them inexperienced or untrained staff dealing with it and potentially doing or saying the wrong thing with the best will in the world. So it's just something that I think needs to be addressed, and it's something that my staff raised with me, and had I had more time, I would have gone further with it with DVA. So I'm not criticising DVA, I'm just saying that this cohort is clearly there, it's clearly an issue, and it does need to be addressed.
Thanks, Mr. G. Many of the other matters in response to paragraph 6 we've already covered, I think, adequately. I mean,
Yep.
we could always go into more detail, but time doesn't permit.
Yep.
I do want to ask you about 6E,
Yep.
any other matter. Paragraph 174 and 175, you raise the idea that, well, your belief that in the longer term there should be a restructure within DVA, and elsewhere in the statement you actually allude to the possibility of this occurring outside at DVA altogether, such that the claims processing function is overhauled and overseen by a separate specialist unit, and then you start to call that specialist unit potentially a specialist entity.
Yeah.
Can you expand, please? Why is that a good idea, and what form might it take in your view?
Well, just having a good look at the way that this is structured, I think that the core work of DVA should be the care and welfare of veterans and policies relating to it. And you've got some very committed people in DVA working, but I think a lot of their work kind of gets overshadowed by this one issue. It's like, because it gets a lot of attention, and the veterans are very upset about it. And so I think that if you can take that work off DVA and put it into a specialist unit, you can build up the organisational expertise and let this separate entity basically take on claims processing, so DVA doesn't have to worry about it, and they can get back to their core business, which is all of that huge body of work that they have. Like, their task is massive, and so a lot of time and energy is being spent trying to redesign a claims processing system, which I think you could put into a specialist claims processing unit, and so they then can concentrate on those other really important jobs that they have, and you could put in service provider claims in there as well, because that's another big job that DVA has. So there's a lot of time and energy that goes into claims processing, let alone fixing claims processing. And I think put it into a separate unit. You could take, obviously there'd be people coming over from DVA into the unit, but it would be a separate entity, and then you could over time get people with who've come from other claims processing backgrounds to come in and give their expertise into the system, and so you end up with a specialist unit that just do claims processing. So they're not trying to do too many other things. All they're doing is claims processing, and they get good at it. And I think that you don't want that unit going to another department because it needs to be within DVA and have the oversight, dare I say it, the protection of the minister, because as soon as you start putting this into other departments, anything could happen. But if you have it as a separate entity within DVA, then you won't have the potential staffing conflicts and resource reallocations. And I just think you'd build up that specialist knowledge and expertise. Now, whether you formalise it and have it as a separate entity, that's something you could have a look at, or whether it's just a separate entity or some type of agency within DVA, I don't know. But that would basically free up DVA to get on with this huge body of work that it's already got. And so, to me, that makes sense as a reform. And then also from a morale point of view, once you get the claims processing sorted out, I think it would probably lift the morale generally of DVA because you go into DVA and you see that they've got so many good people doing such great things, and they are passionate about helping veterans, but I think a lot of it gets overshadowed with this claims processing issue. And so I think it kind of it's a bit of a drag. And then, you've got a lot of staff working on, trying to get compensation claims sorted out. They're working on service provider claims, which is the claims that service providers are making, and they're sending them into DVA. And, there has been a backlog of that as well. And so systems have got to be put in place to get that sorted out. Why don't you just give all of that to the claims entity or the claims agency and let them deal with it and let DVA get on with the other really important work that they've got to do. So that's kind of my theory behind it.
Thank you, Mr. G. Commissioners, we're a little over time for a short break we're going to have.
We do need to take a short break so that the transcribers and other support staff can't go for longer than 2 hours.
Oh,
so, is that what you meant?
I'm sorry, Commissioner, I'm mistaken. We're not at that time yet. That's a first for me.
That's an hour and 35 minutes.
Yeah, the short break's scheduled to be before 3 p.m. or at 3 p.m.
Okay.
I do apologise. If I could just...
We'll go a little bit longer, Mr. G.
Yeah, if we could.
I was living in hope there for a second. I thought there's a coffee on the way. Anyway, keep batting on.
I want to ask you about your proposals relating to the Australian Veteran Recognition Act and how you see... I'm not going to ask you all of the questions we asked you about the Australian Veterans Recognition Act, but you do have some proposals for reporting obligations.
Yeah.
And some related matters that could be enhancements achieved through amendment of the Australian Veterans Recognition Act. Would you please expand?
What paragraphs were you looking at?
Certainly. So 244 to 49 is where you address reporting and accountability obligations and the merits of perhaps beefing up a requirement for not only the minister but perhaps others across government to make reports about what they are doing to promote the interests and well-being of veterans.
Yep. Well, I gathered from the line of questioning on this that you were, you and the Commission were wanting to explore ways that you could make that Act more effective and perhaps deliver more outcomes for veterans. I won't say make it more effective because it does serve a purpose there at the moment. But I think there actually is more that can be done with that Act that could have real benefit. And the thing that when you read through that Act and Section 5 and the subsection, that it extends to, it's designed to extend to all Commonwealth ministers and departments. It's designed to be a whole of government approach to the issue of veteran well-being and welfare. And whilst there's visibility on that Act within DVA and the Minister for Veterans Affairs, and whilst the government has essentially, and the Parliament has signed up to it because it's been passed and it is a law, my feeling is that not all ministers know about it and certainly don't think that there are any obligations under it. And the idea is to put veterans front and centre in the consciousness of the nation, as I mentioned earlier. And this is, I think that's what it's designed to do, so that whatever we do in government, we make sure that, in effect, we're looking after veterans and doing our best for them. But I think that in the business of government, all of that can get overlooked. And so when you have budget decisions being made by different ministers, they don't know about the Act or think they have any obligation under the Act. And I think that that should be changed so that all ministers who have dealings with veterans and ADF personnel, they should not only know about it, but they should report to Parliament on what they're actually doing in their portfolios to further the interests of the men and women of the ADF and veterans and families. And because a lot of ministers make decisions about veterans that don't actually fall into the portfolio of DVA. It could be social services, decisions about veterans' home care levels and how much they're paid. They come through other departments. Or it could be a simple thing about making a decision about if you're a minister that has the power to say what's in and out of the budget. It's a simple, that whole process of saying, well, this is a veterans issue. Should I really be knocking this back? Maybe not, because there could be some consequences. So I think that if you put into that Act that all ministers and departments, including department heads, have to be answerable and accountable to Parliament on an annual basis about what they have done to advance the interests of veterans pursuant to the Act, I think it would lead to better outcomes, because it will mean that basically, with respect to Veterans Affairs and the government, everyone's on the hook from the Prime Minister down. And so when those ministers are making decisions in those important meetings, it might be the Expenditure Review Committee, if there's a proposal there from someone about veterans which is going to deliver veterans a benefit and it means more money for veterans, then they're going to have to think twice before they knock it back. And they may actually say, well, hang on a sec, if we let this go through, if we pass this will actually be good. And when we do our annual report to Parliament, this will tick that box on this metric. So you put the metrics in place and you have these folks come in on an annual basis from the Prime Minister down to actually say what they are doing. And I think that would actually help, because at the moment, you're not getting that level of consciousness amongst all ministers about, with respect to Veterans Affairs. And, I can give you a number of examples of that. There are a number of members, and we had a very strong backbench committee in the previous government, which a lot of veterans were members of, and they were very strong in formulating policy. One policy we didn't get up was scholarships for ADF personnel transitioning out, and also recently transitioned veterans to get them into university. What a great idea! But that, for whatever reason, that didn't go ahead. But if someone
was that without asking about a cabinet issue. Was that a funding issue?
Ultimately, it was a funding issue. But that's just one example. And so when proposals like that come up, I think they're more likely to get support if you've got an act like this, which actually says, well, hang on, if you're the education minister, you better be supporting this, because otherwise you're going to have to go and report to Parliament as to what happened. So I think there's a lot more that you can do with this act, bottom line, and to make it a truly Commonwealth approach rather than just Veterans Affairs approach. And I think if some work was done on it, you could get some really positive results from it. And so when I saw that in your suite of questions, upon reflection, I thought there's actually a lot more that you can do with it, especially given my experiences, including, attempting to procure funding for veterans and their families.
And should that whole of government reporting be to Parliament?
Yes.
And tabled and public?
Yeah, they should come into Parliament, and it should be on an annual basis, and you could have some metrics set up. Okay, what are we doing on veteran education?
Can I just briefly ask you about a more confined bit of reporting?
Yes.
In the course of your experience as Minister, as you've already told our commissioners, you required more detailed information from DVA on a weekly basis, in fact.
Yep.
And you advert to this in the same part of the statement, in fact.
Yep.
On beefing up, using the Australian Veterans Recognition Act to beef up reporting requirements and accountability.
Yep.
And you say at paragraph 242, while the weekly claims reporting began as a way or a means of assisting me to develop a greater understanding of the extent of the veterans' claims backlog, a detailed and standardised form of weekly reporting was developed over time. Now, putting aside the criticisms I suppose I've made by asking you some detailed questions about some of the status reporting and some of the detail, I'm not cavilling Mr G with the suggestion that weekly reporting in principle is a good idea. Should this be in fact enshrined as some sort of legal requirement or requirement under the AVR Act? Should it, and if so, should it be public? Should it not just be a report to the Minister? What are your thoughts?
So just to clarify, what are you suggesting should be enshrined?
The kind of reporting that you required DVA to give to you.
In terms of other ministers, is that?
No, I'm asking specifically
on
about
that
weekly
reporting.
claims reporting by DVA.
Yeah, I don't see why not. I think that would, I don't see why not. That would certainly make it more transparent, given that it's already in the public domain already.
It's in the public domain only in a certain
in a certain way.
I've asked Ms Costin about this, and I think it's fair to say, I'm paraphrasing, but she accepted that there was room for great improvement in the way these matters are reported in the annual report. It's a little impenetrable in the annual report. You don't actually get an average time taken to process claim emerging directly from the annual report at all.
When I meant it's in the public domain, I meant the issues in the public domain. There's been quite a bit on the 60,000 claims, but yes, I mean you've already got a metric in there, one metric in there in relation to claims processing. So I think that that would be a good idea, and you can bet your bottom dollar that the veterans will be poring over it. So I don't see how that. I don't see how that would hurt. But basically, at the end of the day, we want to. I think that would be useful. The priority's got to be though to get that claims processing, get that sorted, get the backlog cleared, and it'll make this much easier, because you don't want. I mean, it's a transparency exercise, but you don't want to sort of turn it into a shaming exercise, and it could have that effect. But I think that yeah, that you could do it, but we need to be working to get that claims backlog cleared on the double as well.
Paragraph 250 and 251, you refer to a proposal you had in the form of a funding submission for the Joint Transition Authority to strengthen its assurance and evaluation capability. And what you were driving at, my reading of your paragraphs here, Mr. G, is that you wished to have some formal evaluation of wellbeing outcomes as a result of activities of the JTA. Is that a fair summary?
Yes, both an evaluation of the anyone who's providing services as part of that transition process, but also the effectiveness for veterans and family members.
Now, while that proposal you made was not successful at the time, do you adhere to your view? You must have had a view that there was merit in that and it was a good idea. Do you still adhere to that?
I do, very much so.
Yeah. And is that for the obvious point that there's accountability then for what the organisation is achieving, and if it's shown not to be achieving, then presumably that puts pressure on the powers of the day to take steps to improve things. Is
Yeah,
that the
that's
reason?
right.
Yep.
And good on also the the JTA and Major General Stothart for getting behind this and wanting to bring these initiatives forward with us. So yeah, I think that bodes well. The fact that we've got a willingness there to strengthen assurance and evaluation. And the other one there was the Transition and Civil Recognition Project. Again, giving recognition to the skills that veterans or ADF members receive when they're in service, and helping to get recognition for that in civilian life. Really worthwhile project there as well. So I suppose my point on that is that when these, I think, worthy proposals come up, that if everyone knows that veterans got to be front and centre, you'll get better outcomes. And I think it has to come from the Prime Minister down. I think that just like a headmaster at school, headmaster sets the tone for the school, so the Prime Minister sets the tone for the government. And if you've got the Prime Minister in there on an annual basis talking about what the government is doing and how we're improving the welfare of veterans, then I think that sets the tone. And so people, not only MPs, but other ministers and even the opposition are going to, and they'd get their chance to address it as well. But the Parliament then knows that this is an issue that needs to be taken extremely seriously, and that if it's not, you may have the headmaster coming down on you. So get with the program and help veterans. And so that's why I think that this actually does have benefit. And on my the scholarship idea, which our backbench committee was very keen on, they referred to it as their GI bill. You'd want the Education Minister, right behind it as well. And so then the Education Minister could then go into the Parliament and say, well, this is our win for veterans, and this is what we're doing to help them and make their lives better.
Now, listening to you now and reading what you said about strengthening the AVR Act in these ways, you seem to, your philosophy or your high principle approach is increased reporting obligations, encouraging, in effect, accountability and scrutiny, and maybe leaving it to the political process then to actually bring about change. You don't, I don't think, recommend, say, an enforceable funding obligation of anything needed to ensure lifetime wellbeing I suppose I'm asking you whether you think reporting and accountability is enough, or the AVR Act should include some sort of concrete enforceable obligations regarding direct outcomes. That might be complex, I add to my question, because there are other acts that deal with entitlements, VEA, MERCA, DERCA. You know, it might be complicated to try to introduce an obligation on government to meet wellbeing requirements, but have you turned your mind to whether the AVR Act should include directly enforceable obligations of any kind? Directly enforceable obligations on government to meet particular outcomes for veterans?
I've thought about it with respect to claims processing, and can you put something in there which is an enforceable right? Because at the moment, it's basically non-binding, right? And that would be a potential criticism of the Act. It's hard to put a right in that Act that cuts across the whole of government, which, you know, it could have some serious ramifications. So, for example, if your claim's not processed in 90 days, what flows from that enforceable right in that Act? Well, it probably means, without something more than you can go to the federal court or somewhere to enforce the right, maybe. So I think you've got to be careful that in putting rights into that Act, that you're not creating another layer of bureaucracy or red tape or complexity over issues which are already quite complex. So I think you've got to, and that's not saying you can't do it. You could put in there, I suppose, a requirement about flexible funding for claims processing. That, you know, decreeing that that has to happen. Although, if the Commission was to recommend that, then I imagine that would be done anyway. But yeah, you could do that. But I just think in terms of those detailed rights, you just want to be very, I mean, it's an easy thing to say, well, this should go in there, but you don't want to be creating a whole other field of litigation, even though lawyers may appreciate the work. So just be careful about that. But I think what your idea about the suggestion about the reporting on the claims, I think yes, that's a good idea. Make them public, and then everyone can have a say on them. And you could probably put some more general things in there if you wanted to about flexible funding for claims processing.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I think that covers my thoughts off on that.
Many thanks indeed. And Commissioners, right on 3 p.m, that concludes my set of questions. After the short break, I'll be deferring to you, Commissioners, and to any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Gray. Thank you, Mr. G. We'll just have a short break for about 10 minutes.
All rise. The Royal Commission will now adjourn for 10 minutes. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide is now resumed. Please be seated.
Thank you, Mr. Gray. You've exhausted your questions for now.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Davis?
Mr. G, I only have a couple of questions for you, and they relate particularly to the role of state and territory ministers for Veterans Affairs, and these days I think each jurisdiction has somebody who fills a role like that. Do you have a particular view about what their role should be?
I think there is significant scope for all of the states and the federal government to be working together on a whole range of issues relating to Veterans Affairs. We do have a national body which meets regularly, the Veterans Wellbeing Task Force, where everyone gets together. There is important work being progressed there, particularly in fields where the states have a key role to play, including veteran incarceration. Obviously, the states run the prisons, and so that's a body of work that is being looked at the moment by that body, but also veteran homelessness as well, I think, is another issue. And then I think that the states can also play a role in tracking where the veterans are and who they are, because one of the issues at the moment is that we just we don't know if the veterans aren't reaching out for connection with DVA, either through say Open Arms or through a claim or some other way, then we simply don't know where they are, and the states could play a role in helping us identify them and track them. Now, I know that there's a question in the census about, are you a veteran in summary? But I think the states could play a role here as well. And one suggestion is that the states could, and I'm not going to claim this one, but the states could have on license plates. You could be not license plates. You could do license plates, but driver's licenses. You could identify as a veteran, and that would, if all of the states and territories work together, that would go a long way into tracking where veterans are. So states have a very prominent role to play, and some are more proactive than others, but I think that body works very well, and I think that the Minister Elliott, the New South Wales Veterans Minister, has been very proactive, and as are a number of others. So I think it's a good body, and it's got a lot of work ahead of it.
They may also have perhaps a role in education along the lines that you were talking about, in the provision of scholarships or recognition of prior learning, or
very
use of
much
state
so.
facilities for that. How often or how frequently do the various ministers meet you?
It's every quarter or so. It was the last one was in February, so it's once every few months.
And then about ESORT, you mentioned it. From what we've heard before, ESORT's composition seems to be fixed by DVA and to remain fixed. Is there any view that you have about whether ESORT should be perhaps a more flexible and representative body?
Yes, I think so. That's one of the things that I think they should be looking at in terms of potentially opening it up. Now, again, the more people that it's open up to, the bigger it becomes, and in some cases, in some respects, becomes a bit unwieldy. But I think that's a body of work that that does need to be undertaken. What that looks like and how that consultation is to proceed. So I think that's an important body. It's a big body of work, but it's one that needs to start probably early in a term of government too.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Brown.
Thank you, Mr. G. I have a few questions. The first one is I'm very keen to understand when you took up the role of Minister, you outlined to us that you had an overview of the key issues and then you had some deep dives. Did either the key issues or the deep dives include a briefing about the issue of defence and veteran suicide?
I don't think there was one. I'm not sure if there was one specifically on suicide, but certainly the issue was front and centre in terms of the work of the Royal Commission, AIHW. I just don't recall whether there was one. There may have been a brief one. It may have been touched upon. I'm sure in some way it was. I just don't know if there was one. I just can't remember whether there was one specifically on that, though it certainly was touched upon, and I was certainly very aware of those issues which were coming up simply because they were obviously very important, and I wanted to be across them. Yeah.
Okay. Can I ask, along the same vein, did you receive a handover from the previous minister in relation to any of the issues that you have spoken about today in relation, for example, to the funding and the adequacy or otherwise, the ASL cap, the issues of suicide prevention for defence and veterans, or any of the other challenges?
No, all of the briefings were carried out through the departments, both DVA and also Defence.
Thank you. You talked at some length today about the need for veterans to be a national priority, and something that should have a place of prominence in the consciousness of the nation. Am I correct in forming the view that you don't think that's the current circumstance, that it's currently not, well, that it doesn't appear as though it's a national priority?
I think for some it's a national priority, and I think we're getting better at making it a national priority, but I don't think it's a national priority necessarily for everyone. And as I said, it should be a national priority. I guess the thing about it is that we tend to take what the ADF does for us for granted in many ways, in that they are the men and women who go out into harm's way to ensure our freedoms. And I guess we go about our daily lives enjoying those freedoms and to a certain extent taking them for granted. We get to sleep safely at night, we get to go and watch our kids play netball or football on the weekends, and we get to vote in elections, and we take all of that for granted. But while all of that is going on, we've got men and women out there who are guarding our freedom in one form or another. And I think it is, to a certain extent, it's taken for granted, although there are some very strong advocates out there who are trying to make it more prominent. And it shouldn't be that way, but I think amongst the politicians, I think there's a very strong cohort of MPs on both sides of the aisle who are very passionate about veterans' affairs. I don't think that necessarily extends to all MPs. And I think that we need to, my suggestions for reform with respect to the AVR Act would be aimed at raising that prominence and making sure that amongst decision makers that veterans are at the forefront of what we do and how we do it. After all, if you, and it should be that way, if you open all of the doors from Parliament, from the Cabinet Room, and you open every door, you can see the War Memorial, and that was designed that way for a reason, so that we never forget. So I think we've just got to make sure that we're doing everything to remember veterans.
So just following that up a bit further, so can I ask you then at a personal level, were you surprised that in the context of the nation holding a Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide, in the context of a growing backlog of claims, that there was no dollars allocated in the budget initially, that this seemed not to be a priority?
I had a very, I had a very strong view on that, and I still have a very strong view on that. And yeah, it did surprise me, and I tried to do my best to make everyone aware of why it is a priority, including the work of the Royal Commission. But I suppose at the end of the day, we got the money, got the money for the veterans, and that's what counts. And so when the dust settles, and it has settled now a little bit on that time, I think we've just got to look at ways of making sure that everyone remembers what our veterans do for us and what our ADF men and women do for us. And so that's why when those questions came through from the Commission, I thought it was actually a really positive thing, because it gives us a chance to talk about it, and I get a chance to put my point of view forward on it. But yeah, I have I have very strong feelings about that issue. I won't rake over those coals now, but I have very strong views, and it disappointed me at the time, and I was going to go, but I'm glad we got it sorted, and hopefully through that process, but also through this process, we can make life better for veterans, because they deserve it.
So can I also then just ask you for a personal view in relation to the issue of Veterans Affairs sitting within Cabinet, or not?
It should sit in Cabinet. Yeah, I think it should, and I know it doesn't at the moment, and I know that there are reasons for that. But I think you want if veterans and their families are to occupy that prominent place in the consciousness of the nation, and I think most Australians would accept that that's where it should be, that's where they should be, then it should be in Cabinet. So I hope that in time will change. And look, there may be, I'm sure there are reasons that we're not aware of that hasn't happened at the moment, but it should be a Cabinet position, because when those key decisions are made, you want to have a voice for veterans there, and you want to, the impact on veterans should be something that is taken into account.
Thank you. So moving on to the consultation framework, you talked about what's been happening there in terms of the review of that. You said it's always going to be controversial, you're never going to get one voice. And I guess it's important when government needs to make tough decisions, for example, around harmonising legislation. I'm wanting to understand what the barrier was to progressing further with the roadmap for legislative reform, because it doesn't seem, from what we can understand, as though actually much had happened in the time since the Productivity Commission report was brought down.
I don't know what happened before my time. I think certainly after I took office and after the Royal Commission came into being, there certainly the message that we were getting was that there wasn't any appetite for reforms or initiatives such as that, including Mckinsey while the Royal Commission was doing its work. That was the message that was coming back through my staff, and that's the message that I was getting as well. And in fact, after the McKinsey work became public, I was asked why that was happening, and I explained it. That explains, I think, part of it on my watch. The other thing is that the proposal on my watch that was put up by the department to further that basically put in place a consultation process with an expert panel that would have been meeting not only while the Royal Commission, and would have been consulting not only while the Royal Commission was doing its work, but it would have crossed governments as well in terms of the election cycle, and it was totally, I thought it was just impractical. So, and I outlined that in my statement. So I think if I could give a friendly tip to the new minister, and I'm always open to give the ministers some new tips, is get the Law Reform Commission cracking on harmonisation, get the options sorted out, then take it out to consultation, make a decision, and move on it. But I think if you try to do too much consultation without doing the legal fundamentals, it could just get bogged down again. So now is the time in an early part of the government to be moving on a larger architecture such as this. And so I would encourage the new government to start early on these and get moving on it, because it'll take some time and some consultation. But over a 3-year term of government, you should be able to get it done.
So sorry, just so that I can understand that, I appreciate there's some practical and some political issues to be navigated, but could the Australian Law Reform Commission not have been tasked with starting that process even prior to an election?
They could have been, but the clear directives that were coming up to our office was that they didn't want anything major happening while the Royal Commission was sitting, and that was made very clear to us through my Chief of Staff. And
sorry, can I just be clear, where were the messages coming from?
Prime Minister's office.
Okay. And can I just ask one last question in relation to the Joint Transition Authority? At the moment, the Joint Transition Authority is a defence-only organisation, and it consults with partners that include DVA and the Commonwealth Superannuation Corporation.
Yep.
Do you have a view about DVA being a partner as opposed to being inside the JTA?
Yeah, look, I think they should be very much a part of it and embedded in with it. And I know Major General Stothard is going to, in fact, I saw him here. I don't know if he's still here. I saw him here earlier. But he's going to come back with some recommendations and a series of options on the JTA, and it would probably, I'm not sure the extent to which that work has been expanded on in the Royal Commission, but the options are going to be, what does the JTA look like? Is it kind of just an overseeing organisation? Is it going to be a higher level body? Is it going to be a service delivery body? Or is it going to be a multi-agency body which crosses the services? And is quite, is going to have it's basically a new agency with functions. And I think that it'll be interesting to see what that actually looks like. But I think the sooner that DVA can get involved in the transition process, the better. And Dr. Boss, in her report, basically says that as soon as someone joins the ADF, the transition process needs to start. And I know that, when you're young, you don't think about that. You've got your whole career ahead of you, but the average ADF career lasts for 7 to 10 years. And so I think that what DVA needs to do, regardless of what the government decides to do with JTA and the final form it takes, I think that DVA needs to be very heavily involved and linking up with veterans, and we'll call them veterans, while they're in service, and so that there is that connection there, and so that they know who they are and that they know when they're going to transition. And we know that not all transition is voluntary, but so they're aware of it. And then once they leave, DVA has visibility on them there as well. And I was at a veterans forum, I think it may have been at Hornsby RSL, and someone said, well, how come, one of the veterans said, how come DVA just can't check in on people, can't just check in on veterans every once in a while? And I thought, well, it's not a bad point. Why can't they do that? And I make the point that I'm always getting mail from the university I attended, wanting to know what I'm doing and where I am, and also probably wanting money as well. But they're very good at tracking alumni, but DVA not so good because they haven't been tasked with it. And you've had that very strict demarcation between Defence and DVA, and Defence has them and then moves them on. And I'm sure you've heard reasons about why that's happening. But you need to end that demarcation so that they're working together, so that Defence is open to having DVA identifying veterans, and some veterans won't want to be contacted, but we can be doing a lot better at it in terms of checking in on them and tracking their welfare. And that's a big job, it's going to take a lot more money, but if we are going to be sending more folks into the ADF, and by dint of that, more folks into harm's way, then they need to get better at it. And we will be doing that, because if you look at the history of conflict since Federation, and probably just before, there haven't been that many periods where we haven't had to send ADF personnel on deployment.
I'll just interrupt there, Mr. G, and just leave it at that.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. G. I just have a couple of issues to go through. I appreciate it's been a long day and we're grateful for your patience, obviously. You mentioned earlier that you had effectively asked or requested those briefing notes, the reports with the stats in them. Are you aware, or can you say, if there was any regime in place prior to you assuming the portfolio to report to the Minister about the backlog at the DVA? Was there anything in existence when he took over?
There wasn't I don't think there was a regular regime in place. I think that if you asked, you would be told. I can't speak to what happened before me, but it became quite clear that when I came on board...
Sorry to interject, it's just I'm conscious of the time.
Sorry.
But, so you did ask, but without you asking, was anything supplied to you or your office?
Yeah, I think in those initial briefings that we had, there were figures there, but we made sure that it was on a regular basis and that we were getting more and more information, because it became clear very quickly that we needed to be tracking this and we needed to be on top of it.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, thank you. In relation to your suggestion, which is certainly something worthy of examination, of having the claims area, the claims processing area, dealing with the claims being separated into a sort of separate unit, and
Yep.
my words, not yours,
Yep.
and leaving the DVA to attend to other important tasks. What else is there apart from the claims processing and welfare issues?
In terms of
DVA duties.
DVA duties, well, the Productivity Commission, they were proposing, I guess, a more robust form of architecture than that. One of the issues that they suggested was moving the commemorative functions from DVA to the War Memorial. There is some overlap there in that both have.
Yeah, we're aware of that suggestion, but I just want to get back to DVA. If you remove, even if you remove the commemorations unit, I think it's called, and the claims and processing and the attached welfare issues, what else is there that you think they should be spending more time on? I guess what I'm asking is that not really the core business of the DVA?
Claims processing.
And welfare issues surrounding people who have transitioned.
Look, I think their strength is policy, is policy formulation around the care of veterans. I think that having a department that is essentially running a claims processing operation, it's a bit old school, and I think that you want to bring that. I think you want to move it into a more modern structure, so that they're freed up from that. And so, for example, with respect to the veteran service provider claims, they've been trying to clear the backlog, and they've been working really hard, but they've had their staff working back to work on that backlog. Free them from that. Give that to a specialist unit and let them deal with all of that, and let them come up with their own processes and systems which may be implemented in other sectors, and free DVA up for all of that other important work like transition, which is a whole body of work which they need to get into. The harmonisation work, I mean, these are massive bodies of work. There's plenty there to keep DVA busy, rather than trying to redesign a claims processing system which is it's been built on over time. It's like a house that you just keep putting extensions on to.
That's a good point, and perhaps I can just take that a step further. Please bear with me, and I'd be very grateful if you can try and answer these questions with yes or no.
All right,
I'll
do my best.
Thank you. You mentioned earlier that legislation is an area crying out for reform.
Yep.
You'd agree with that?
Yes.
You mentioned earlier, and I think you stated clearly today, that you were surprised that there hadn't been more legal legwork done to reform legislation.
Yeah, it would have been useful to see some options earlier.
Thank you. Yeah. You mentioned earlier that, I think you agreed, and it may have been in your statement, but you agreed with council's quoting Secretary Cousins' agreement that the DVA did not have a model to forecast demand. That's pretty clear, I think.
Yes.
You'd agree with that?
Yes.
And I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I think you'd agree that the ASL staffing caps is directly contributing to the continuing backlog and the inability of the DVA to catch up.
Yes, it's a reason, and it's also being used as a reason not to give more staff to claims processing. That was my experience. Okay,
thank you. And this is just a case, an issue that I'd like to clarify from my own mind and perhaps dumb it down for the punters like me. In relation to the 430 million amount, you meant essentially for DVA there was an increased budget expenditure of around 430 million, which was announced or promulgated in some way.
Yes.
And then in a much more obscure and perhaps invisible manner, there's a direction to find efficiencies or offsets, which are effectively cuts to the exact same amount, 430 million. Have I got that right?
Yeah, I'm not certain if it was the exact same amount, but that's the general principle.
It's pretty close, yeah. Okay, thank you. I think that's it from me. I'm sure your council may have some thoughts, or Mr. Free first.
Nothing from me. Thank you, Commissioner.
2 questions with your leave, Commissioners. Mr. G, could you just turn up your statement at paragraph 170, you were asked some questions, including by two commissioners just now, about law reform and the harmonisation model proposed by the Productivity Commission. I just want to draw your attention to the last sentence where you say, I believe that models of legislative reform should be drafted before external consulting takes place, or that this project be referred to the Australian Law Reform Commission. Are you suggesting that in the alternative, or do you have a view as to which is the preferred course? The Law Reform Commission or something else, in other words? Looking at it now.
Well, I think if you're going to if you're going to take it to the Law Reform Commission, that work needs to happen before the consulting. So I guess what I'm saying is someone's got to do the legislative reform before the consulting. So it can be I don't know, the government can do it, or just get the Law Reform Commission to do it, then take it out for consultation, is what I'm saying.
And if you're suggesting the Law Reform Commission, is that because of the complexity is perhaps beyond DVA, or perhaps a distraction from its day-to-day work?
I think both. I think it's pretty complicated. Lawyers have trouble navigating those acts. So I think the Law Reform Commission, this is what they do well. Give it to them so it doesn't tie up the resources of DVA, and they don't have to worry about it. Then they just say, right, Law Reform Commission's dealing with that, come back with the options. Right, this is what it says. Take it out to consultation and move on.
Thank you. One last question. You were asked some questions about your press conference on the 22nd of March this year, and 26th of March, I beg your pardon, this year, and counsel assisting asked you whether you truly and sincerely held one stated view. Can I just read this out and ask you the same question? When you were asked whether you were emotionally invested with veterans, your answer was this: you speak to their families, you speak to them, what they do for our country, they're amazing people. These are Australians we should be helping. They sign up to put their lives on the line for our country. They don't do it for the money. They do it because they love their country. Our country's got to love them back. It's as simple as that. Do you truly and sincerely hold that view as well?
I truly and sincerely hold that view, and that's why I took those actions, because I believe that passionately, and that we can be doing better by them, and that our country should do it, and should do better by them. And so I stand by those words. I meant every word of it. As I told the Parliament, I stand by everything that I did that day, because I believe so strongly in it, and that we can get these issues sorted for them, and we have to for future generations.
Thank you, Mr. G. No further questions, Commissioners.
Thank you. Mr. Free, you had nothing? Mr. Gray, can I just confirm that the representatives from New South Wales Government are not online? Do they have any? Are they with us? I can't see them on the screen.
Yes, we are here online.
Okay, thank you.
We don't have any
I just wanted to check if you had any questions for Mr. G.
No questions, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Douglas just had one issue he wants to raise.
It's apropos of your agreement or suggestion that the legislative problem be referred to the Law Reform Commission. Mm-hmm. Can I suggest to you, if that's done, that perhaps more commonly the Law Reform Commission is used for matters of general law rather than really a very particular statutory regime such as this, and that your former department would need to be heavily involved in any reform together with the people who use it, and that really, ideally, it should be developed in-house?
I guess my suggestion of the Law Reform Commission was that they would have some particular expertise that could help drive that process, because it is so technical, and so I think it's a very difficult area. Perhaps it could be done. I think if the Law Reform Commission was involved, they'd definitely need the input of DVA. But the reason that I
suggested the Law Reform Commission was because they do have expertise, even in potentially difficult areas, although perhaps not insurmountable. I think so that was why I was suggesting that. I guess my concern is that that's a big body of work for DVA to do. They've got a lot on their plate. I don't know how many lawyers they've got in DVA, but it would be very time consuming, and
But why weren't they funded to do it? It's been a startlingly obvious problem for years.
I can't answer why, Commissioner, that work was not undertaken beforehand. I can only speak.
Thank you.
Mr. Free or Mr. Renwick, anything further?
Thank you.
Mr. Gray?
There is just one question arising out of a question Mr. Renwick asked, prompted a reflection on my part. It is going back for my hat, so to speak. It's about the transcript of 26 March. May I ask that question?
Yes, go ahead.
And I'm sure Mr. Renwick
And
will
if
have
there
a
are
question.
issues, Mr. Renwick can have another go as well. Thank you.
It's just that, Mr. G, in the notice the Royal Commission gave you to give a statement, one of the things you were asked about the transcript of the press conference was to state whether or not everything you said during the press conference was true and correct.
Yeah.
Now, of course, you've mentioned that the offset funding figure in question was 430 odd million, not 470 million.
Mm-hmm.
Putting that aside, insofar as the transcript states, attributes to you statements of fact, and you've corrected the transcript as a reflection of what you actually said on that occasion, were the facts you referred to in that press conference true and correct?
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Renwick. Nothing? Mr. Free? Okay. Yeah.
That's perfectly all right by counsel assisting.
Okay, thank you. Mr. G, we know it's been a long day. You've prepared 100 plus pages of statement, a broad range of material that you've pulled together. We thank you for all the effort you've put into assisting us thus far. Thank you, and you're excused from the summons to appear.
Thank you
Notice
very
to
much
appear.
and for the opportunity to appear.
Thank you. If there's nothing else, there is one other thing. Yeah,
Some
Mr.
housekeeping,
Singleton.
Commissioners.
Yeah.
Just for the transcript, thanks. Commissioners, you heard from Brigadier Khalil Fagan yesterday. For administrative type reasons, the full tender bundle was not tendered at that time because there were a number of claims of confidentiality, but those issues have been resolved. Just for convenience, could I ask the operator, thank you, the first page of a 14-page list that comprises 156 documents for tender is now on the screen. We needn't scroll through it. The blue shaded areas of this document indicated where a confidentiality claim applied. They've been resolved. The work of executing those agreements by actual redactions is continuing. Nonetheless, we now seek to tender the redacted versions of all of the remaining documents that were not actually tendered yesterday.
Thank you. Mr. Free, there's no objection to that? Okay. Thank you. So they'll be accepted subject to the redactions and the work that's going on in that space and allocated the next consecutive numbers.
Thank you, Commissioners. That's the evidence of today.
Okay. If there's nothing further, we'll adjourn, I think, till 9 a.m. tomorrow morning.
All rise. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide is adjourned until 9 a.m. on Wednesday, the 22nd of June, 2022.